A young boy's desperate cry for his mother echoes through the night at the Bakley clan's estate. Inside, he struggles against a man's hold, asking what happened as his father watches with a cold gaze. The clan leader sternly orders everyone to stop making a fuss and leave the room immediately. He then commands that the incident must never be leaked to the outside, leaving his son in utter shock. The father declares that the Bakley clan will not seek revenge, causing the young boy to fall to his knees in disbelief. He justifies his decision for the sake of the clan, warning his son, Bakley Woon, not to act recklessly. With his final words spoken, the clan leader turns his back and walks away, abandoning his son in the dark room. Woon tearfully questions how his father can call himself a man if he won't even avenge his own wife's death. Overwhelmed by betrayal, he concludes that his father is not even human. Having made up his mind, the young man gets up and decides to leave the Bakley clan for good. He feels no attachment left and knows he is too weak now. But he vows to get stronger. The youth resolves to found a new sect, gather followers, and build his own power from nothing. He will then hunt down everyone involved in his mother's death, and all those who knew yet stayed silent. Woon swears to make them all pay, even if it takes him decades to achieve his revenge. 12 years later, a building burns as a man begs for his life. Admitting that he was wrong, he desperately offers to grant any wish to the lone figure standing before him amidst the flames. The figure is now an adult Bakley Woon, his expression cold as he calmly holds a bloodied blade. Surrounded by fallen bodies, he agrees that there is something he wants from the desperate man. The man's face lights up with a flicker of hope, eagerly asking what his desire is. A cold smile spreads across Woon's face as he calmly tells him that the only thing he wants is his life. The man's face twists in anger, insisting that Woon's demand is not a funny joke. Woon calmly accepts the defiance, stating that if the man will not give his life willingly, he will just take it himself, raising his glowing, triangular blade with deadly purpose. Enraged, the warrior lunges forward, screaming about being toyed with and vowing to destroy Woon's corpse. But Woon is faster, appearing behind his foe with glowing eyes, while remarking on his filthy mouth. A powerful downward slash sends the man crashing through the wooden floor of the burning building. A huge cloud of dust and debris erupts from the lower level as Woon calmly watches from above. He maintains an impassive expression, completely unfazed by the destruction he just caused. The opponent bursts from the wreckage, leaping back up, and vowing to send Woon's head to the Murim Alliance. Unflustered, Woon grips his sword tightly, preparing to meet the final, desperate assault. He unleashes a single, blindingly fast slash that cuts a bright arc through the dark air. The attack is so precise that the man's head is instantly separated from his body in one clean cut. Woon now stands alone in the courtyard as the building continues to burn intensely behind him. With a swift flick of his wrist, he clears the blood from his blade, his mission now complete. A woman approaches from the shadows, calling him Captain, and presenting a scroll on a tray. He turns to her with a wide, blood-splattered smile, thanking Moyang Hyan for waiting so patiently. The woman calmly holds out the scroll, advising him to wipe the blood from his face first. He dismisses her concern while taking the scroll, telling her the blood is nothing to worry about. Standing in the courtyard, he wipes the blood from his cheek and uses it to mark the scroll. He looks down at his work, wondering if this is the end of his Pad H. Woon cheerfully tosses the scroll to his companion, telling her to deliver it to the Murim Alliance because he is retiring. As he walks away from the flames, she asks if he is heading back home. He confirms it, saying he has achieved all his goals in the Alliance. The woman then asks if she can visit him someday. He agrees, telling her to come find him if she ever gets bored. She points out that he still needs to tell her where to find him, causing him to stop in his tracks. With a grin, he finally tells her to find him in Hulong County, within the Hubei province. Sometime later, the scene transitions to a peaceful river where he travels by boat, heading toward his new home. He looks out at the water, reflecting on the long journey that has led him to this point in his life. He remembers leaving his clan as a boy, determined to join the Miram Alliance, and becomes strong enough for his revenge. He recalls developing his skills, rising to the rank of captain, and how 12 long years have passed since he began his path. Now, he feels the time has finally come to fulfill his ambition of creating his very own sect. He clutches a heavy bag of money, pleased that he saved enough to buy a manor, and the perfect property has just become available. Standing on the boat with his arms crossed, he lets out a quiet chuckle, feeling that everything is falling perfectly into place. He suddenly throws his arms up in excitement, believing that the heavens themselves are aiding his cause. The boatman wonders if he has picked up a crazy passenger, but Woon quickly apologizes for getting carried away. He proudly explains that he is on his way to finalize the purchase of a manor to found his dream sect. The boatman mutters to himself, realizing there is only one manor for sale in the area, the one rumored to be haunted. He quickly dismisses his own thoughts and wishes the young man's sect to flourish safely, to which Woon thanks him cheerfully. His confident laughter echoes across the water as the small boat continues its journey toward the shore. But his excitement suddenly vanishes the moment he lays his eyes upon his destination. A real estate agent points to a large mansion, but Woon can only stare in utter disbelief. Woon furiously grabs the agent, accusing him of a scam. The man nervously insists it was a rare find and begs him to look around first. Inside, Woon notes the filthy, unmaintained state of the manor. The agent promises to explain everything after they finish the tour. He begins the tour explaining the property has 45 rooms and 5 training halls that can be used however Woon wishes. Woon asks about the previous owner, finding the number of training grounds unusual. The agent claims not to know, saying it is an ancient property. He adds that with a few repairs, it will be a perfect location for a new sect. One agrees but remains suspicious about the deal. Frustrated, Woon directly asks what the problem with the manor is. The agent, Yuryong, acknowledges the captain's straightforward nature. Yuryong casually reveals that there are no major issues, except that every single previous owner has died on the property. Woon is stunned to hear this. The agent continues, clarifying they all died from sudden heart failure with no apparent wounds. He explains that according to rumors, they died the very night they bought the manor, leading people to call the place haunted. Enraged, Woon confronts the man for trying to sell him such a place. Yuryong quickly explains the drastically reduced price. He laughs and hugs the broker, saying he should have mentioned the discount before. The relieved agent praises the captain of the Miram Alliance and happily hands over the deed to the property. Woon takes the deed, and a strange notification appears in his mind confirming he has received the item. Suddenly, his body starts shaking uncontrollably as he holds the deed. The agent asks what is wrong, but Woon dismisses it as nothing. Yuryong tells Woon to meet him if he survives the night. The new owner agrees to the condition. The agent walks away with a smile, leaving Woon alone in the doorway of his newly acquired and potentially lethal manor. After a long sigh, Woon turns back to the empty building, holding the deed to his future sect. He shouts in pure joy, ecstatic to finally have his own manor and completely ignoring the potential danger. He declares that all that's left is to recruit disciples while excitedly placing a hand on a nearby wooden pillar. The pillar instantly crumbles into a cloud of dust, making him realize that first, he has a lot of cleaning to do. With a determined smile, Woon continues cleaning the dusty manor, ready to make it his own. After hours of work, he stands at the entrance, feeling accomplished and ready to finally finish the job. As he enters a large hall, he notices a single sword resting on a display stand in the center of the room. He wonders if the previous owner might have left it behind. approaching the blade with curiosity. He picks it up, thinking it could fetch a decent price, and considers himself lucky for the find. The moment he touches it, he is suddenly transported to a strange, brightly lit, and futuristic-looking space. A blue window appears, identifying him as a martial artist with the objective of establishing a sect, and giving him a high grade. Confused by this strange new occurrence, he quickly looks around, trying to understand his new surroundings. Suddenly, a fast-moving object slices past his face, forcing him to react instantly to the unseen threat. He instinctively draws the sword to defend himself, dropping the scabbard as he prepares for another attack. A message adjusts the test difficulty, making him realize that this is what must have killed all the previous owners. He spots a cannon-like device on the ceiling, concluding that it must be the source of the projectile that nearly hit him. The test commences on extreme difficulty, but he accepts the challenge, deciding to face it head-on. A trial of martial prowess begins, and the device on the ceiling starts to glow, preparing to fire. He channels his energy, declaring that he will show the test why he was a captain of the Merem Alliance. With his sword ready, he confidently dares the mysterious trial to come at him with its full power. But as he braces for the attack, he senses something is wrong and hesitates for a split second. An unseen force slams into him, sending him flying backward across the white, sterile room. He lands hard but notices the attack stopped just short of the wall, realizing it has a limited range. Getting up, he sees that the sword is damaged, and although he can rest for a moment, he looks up in surprise as a new sword materializes in front of him. Realizing the trial is giving him another chance, he stands up, a smirk on his face, noting that the rules of this mysterious test seem to have some flexibility. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he ponders the situation, trying to find a weakness in the defensive system. He realizes the attack does not reach the back wall, which means its primary function is to guard something. He deduces that the system must be protecting an object or area at the opposite end of the trial space. With his new plan in mind, he immediately leaps toward the cluster of cannons on the other side of the room. He is shocked when dozens of hidden cannons emerge from the walls, all aiming directly at him as he flies through the air. The cannons all fire at once, unleashing a massive and deadly barrage of projectiles toward him. Twisting his body, he desperately deflects the incoming volley with his sword and even his bare hands. With intense concentration, he manages to parry another projectile, just inches away from his face. He cries out in exertion as the relentless assault continues, pushing him to his physical and mental limits. He unleashes a powerful spinning technique, using his blade to create a defensive barrier against the multiple shots. A bright flash of light emanates from his final move as his eyes widen with pure, desperate focus. The trial abruptly ends, and he suddenly finds himself back in the dusty, silent hallway of the real manor. He immediately storms out to find the agent, who calmly greets him and asks if he made it through the night. Yuryung maintains a composed and innocent smile, acting as if he has no idea what Woon experienced. Woon furiously grabs the man by his robes, shouting that he was never warned that such a thing would appear. He points at a glowing blue window only he can see, explaining that it has been following him since the night before. The agent looks confused, insisting there is nothing there and asking if Woon hit his head. Frustrated, Woon lets him go. The agent smugly warns that if things continue to go wrong, Woon tells the agent he needs the manor for now, as he has a lot to prepare for the sect establishment ceremony. He explains he needs about 20 uniforms and asks for recommendations. The agent suggests local shops but warns they will be difficult to deal with. Yuryung elaborates that the shops are in a contract with the Yellow Dragon Hall, a powerful group that has supplied textiles to the imperial family. The agent nervously sips his drink, commenting that gossip travels faster than the wind. With a dark aura, Woon asks if Yuryung spread the rumor, The agent deflects, calling it free publicity for the new sect. He then nervously tries to change the subject, saying Woon's survival proves the manor is safe, but his reassurance falls flat. Woon furiously blames the agent for introducing him to the haunted manor in the first place, causing all his current troubles. Later, a shop owner cheerfully tells Woon that he will not sell him anything. Woon bangs on the closed door, trying to make an offer, but the man inside firmly refuses to sell. The owner yells that he is an unlucky person with a haunted reputation, revealing just how fast the rumors have spread. Walking through the streets, Woon wonders why news travels so quickly here. He tells himself to remain calm to avoid making a bad first impression. His thoughts are interrupted by a loud commotion nearby, and he turns his head to investigate the source. A young boy clings to a man's leg, yelling that he promised to save his sister, but the man just calls him a little brat. An elderly man rushes over, asking what is happening. The boy, Xiao explains that the men deceived him and stole his money. The old man angrily tells the boy his sister is hopeless, and then strikes him hard across the face, sending him reeling. A bystander identifies the attackers as members of the White Dragon sect. A woman orders her subordinate to handle the matter. One of the thugs tells the elderly man he should have left when he had the chance, as he now has to get his hands dirty. Another member of the sect approaches with a smirk, ready to join the confrontation. Before he can make a move, Woon appears in a blur and lands a powerful kick directly to the man's face. The thug is sent flying, crashing hard into the ground as Woon stands over him. The remaining thug from the White Dragon sect furiously demands to know who the intruder is. Woon glances back at the old man and the injured boy, admitting his name does not carry much weight anymore. With a confident smirk, he introduces himself as Bakley Woon, the sect leader of the Righteous Heavens sect. The thug scoffs at the unknown sect and leaps into the air, enraged that someone would dare interfere with his sect's business. He launches a powerful punch, but Woon effortlessly blocks it with a single hand, his expression calm. He then retaliates with a swift punch of his own, sending a shockwave of energy toward his opponent. The thug is thrown to the ground, crying out in pain as Woon calmly advises him not to judge people by their sect's fame. With a cold glint in his eyes, he adds that it is especially foolish when one does not even know their opponent's strength. Another warrior from the sect charges forward, furiously asking if Woon intends to make the White Sword sect his enemy. He continues his charge, questioning if the newcomer even understands what such a declaration means. Woon simply states that he does not care and delivers a powerful, direct punch to the man's face. The warrior is sent flying backward, his weapon clattering to the ground, as the remaining members watch in shock. The woman from the sect finally speaks up, realizing that the man before her is the former captain of the Miram Alliance. Woon is already in a fall mood, because the rumors have made it impossible for him to get uniforms made. He tells the woman to stop talking behind his back and to come at him directly if she has a problem. He then gestures for her to attack, confidently challenging her to bring it on and settle things here and now. The woman declares his actions an official challenge against the White Sword sect and leaps into the air to attack. She smashes the ground with her weapon, sending a wave of earth and debris flying toward her target. Woon easily dodges the initial attack, watching as another member of her sect lunges at him from the side. He avoids the second attacker's sword strike, preparing to counterattack. Woon lands a solid palm strike on his opponent, seizing the opening in his defense. He follows up with a swift punch to another attacker's gut, neutralizing him with a single, powerful blow. A final, devastating strike sends the last thug flying, ending the confrontation in a matter of seconds. With all the attackers defeated, he calmly states that it was indeed a challenge. He warns the defeated woman that if she wants a real fight, she can come to the Righteous Heavens sect at any time. He then tells her that, if she does not want things to get uglier, she should leave quietly while she still can. As the woman and her remaining men retreat, she vows that he will regret his actions. Woon turns to the boy and the old man, asking if they are all right. Seo-woo excitedly replies that he is. The boy remembers Woon was looking for someone to make uniforms and eagerly offers his sister's sewing skills. Seo-woo then drops to his knees and begs the warrior to save his sister from her mysterious illness. Woon is taken aback, trying to explain that this is a job for a physician. But a blue window suddenly appears before him. The system announces a new trade opportunity, identifying the boy as a potential third-grade target. Woon is intrigued, noting that a third-grade rating is quite high, and asks the boy to tell him more about the situation. Seo-woo explains that their parents passed away last year, leaving him and his sister to fend for themselves. Although they managed to get by with her sewing skills, she recently fell ill with a frostbite. The elderly man introduces himself, explaining he runs a fabric shop and used to hire the sister for work. The boy then leads them toward his home, eager to introduce them to his ailing sibling. As they approach a rundown shack, Woon silently hopes the place does not collapse on them. The boy bursts inside, announcing he has brought the warrior who catches ghosts, much to Woon's awkward embarrassment. Woon finds a young woman sitting near a campfire, but she asks who he is. He realizes the girl's condition is far worse than he expected, as even the fire does not burn her skin. The system informs him that the fire is heat, and the cold in her limbs are clashing violently, making him wonder if it is a side effect of yin cultivation. He introduces himself to the girl, Seo-woo, and explains that her brother begged him to save her. She confirms that keeping her hands and feet near the fire does not hurt her, and she needs to do it to avoid frostbite. The old fabric shop owner enters, asking what is going on. Seo-woo apologizes for not contacting him, explaining her condition worsened. One asks to check her pulse to confirm his suspicions about her illness. She agrees but asks him to be quick. He takes her hand and a bright, glowing energy flows from his palm into hers. A wave of blue energy surrounds them. As he focuses on analyzing the state of her body, he feels the intense, chaotic energy flowing within her, confirming the dangerous imbalance in her system. The system warns him that she is absorbing too much yin energy, which will be dangerous if it continues. He already knows. The analysis confirms that excessive yin energy has invaded her body, but he senses something more complex about it. He tells her he understands her condition now, which surprises her. He explains that she has what is known as an extreme yin body, a rare and powerful constitution. This condition causes her body to naturally draw in yin energy from its surroundings and store it internally. He mentions that he has heard of the legendary Sword Empress, who had the same type of body. The girl thinks it sounds amazing, not yet realizing the full implications of her condition. Although she has a blessed constitution, her body has absorbed too much yin energy, depleting her yang energy. He delivers the grim news that if her condition continues, she will likely die within 3 months. She asks if it's true that there is no cure. Her brother, however, Seo-woo, denies it. The old man asks if medicine could help, but Woon explains that it would only delay things. Woon realizes the key to her treatment is yang energy, but the system keeps interrupting his thoughts. A window appears, showing an item called Essence Water, which can be obtained by completing a quest. It explains that the water increases the health and energy recovery rate of sect members. A new quest then appears: recruit the first disciple, with a reward of 50 essence water. A brilliant idea strikes him as he realizes he can solve both problems at once by recruiting her. He confidently tells the siblings that he may have found a way to help, though he is not entirely sure it will work. He reaches out his hand to Seo-woo and asks her to become his disciple. The girl and her brother are both stunned by the sudden and unexpected offer. Woon looks at her with a sincere expression, asking her to trust him just this once. Sioa hesitates, explaining that she has never learned martial arts before and is unsure about his proposal. She recalls how the world of martial artists is full of selfish people who only care about themselves. She remembers how her own parents died after being caught in the conflicts of these so-called righteous heroes. She wonders if this man is the same, only pretending to help so he can abandon her later. She notices his outstretched hand is becoming frostbitten from proximity to her yin energy. Surprised, she points out that his hand is being affected by her condition. He smiles warmly and dismisses her concern, saying the frostbite is nothing if it means he can cure her. His genuine self-sacrifice makes her reconsider, wondering if this man is truly different from the others. She decides that if there is a chance she can be healed, she will trust him one last time. She places her hand in his and agrees to his offer, saying she will be counting on him. The mission is completed, but the system also warns him that he suffered a minor injury. He uses the essence water, initiating a minor recovery effect that flows through their connected hands. CLY is shocked, stating that her hands are suddenly getting warm for the first time in a long while. The system confirms her recovery rate has increased, and Woon smiles, pleased that his plan is working. An additional recovery effect is applied, and her body is enveloped in a bright, healing light. Woon can feel the yang energy flowing back in her system, counteracting the excessive yin. The system confirms that her yang energy is being restored as a warm, golden light emanates from her hands. She looks at her hands in disbelief, exclaiming that her frostbitten skin is healing right before her eyes. The old man asks if he used energy arts to heal her, and Woon vaguely confirms it was something like that. A booming laugh fills the small shack as the old man watches the scene with great amusement. He declares that it was quite a spectacle and says he likes the young man's style, understanding now why the Murim Alliance leader values him. Woon is surprised to hear that this old man knows the leader of the Murim Alliance. The man apologizes for not introducing himself properly and states his name is Qian Gamyong. He reveals himself to be the owner of the Yellow Dragon Hall, also known as the Yellow Dragon Hall Master. Meanwhile, the defeated members of the White Sword sect are brought before their leader, begging for forgiveness. The woman who challenged Woon pleads for one more chance, her face filled with terror. The sect leader, So Yeowang, learns of Bakley Woon and his new Righteous Heavens sect. With a sinister grin, he decides he should host a huge welcoming party for the newcomer. Woon remains silent, processing the sudden revelation about the old man's true identity. He asks for confirmation, still surprised to be in the presence of the legendary Yellow Dragon Hall Master. The Master laughs, admitting that he knew Woon was no ordinary person from the moment he saw him. Woon apologizes for not recognizing him sooner, but the Yellow Dragon Hall Master laughs it off, saying it is all right. The Master then gets straight to the point, asking what Woon thinks about joining the Yellow Dragon Hall. He promises to support whatever he wants to do, a tempting offer for any aspiring sect leader. The system detects the beginnings of a new business partnership, ranking the Yellow Dragon Hall as a first great opponent. The hall is not just a merchant guild, it also has countless martial masters, making even renowned sects wary of them. The master's words hold immense power, capable of influencing both the orthodox and unorthodox sides of the Murim world. Woon acknowledges that it is a very good opportunity, but he realizes it is not the future he wants for himself. He politely turns down the offer, explaining that he cannot accept it at this time. With a smile, he tells the master that he has just taken in his very first disciple and intends to build his own sect. The master is visibly displeased, crossing his arms and questioning how Woon dares to decline his generous offer. Woon counters with a proposal of his own, asking for a chance to do business with him instead. The master's anger grows, accusing Woon of paying back his friendliness with arrogance. One boldly promises to create a sect that rivals the most powerful factions in the Murim within 10 years. The master scoffs at the idea, calling it ridiculous, but Woon confidently affirms that he can do it. The old man erupts in laughter, telling Woon he is good at coming up with absurd statements. Woon clarifies that the fame he promised is not for the master himself, which only confuses the man further. He then asks to be introduced to his new disciple, explaining that he wants to negotiate for the Yellow Dragon Hall's future. After a moment of thought, the master agrees to the strange request. He says he will send his own disciple to Woon's sect, and the deal will depend on that disciple's judgment. He then adds a stern warning, telling Woon that if his sect ever disappoints him, an intimidating aura of a golden dragon surrounds the master as he warns Woon to take responsibility for his choice. Woon remains unfazed, his own powerful blue tiger aura manifesting behind him as he confidently says there is nothing to worry about. The master finally agrees to the deal, his intense demeanor softening as they finalize their agreement. He stands up and loudly orders his men to bring in the silk, surprising Woon and the two siblings with his sudden generosity. Outside, a group of men awaits, having brought a large cart filled with high-quality fabrics for the new sect. The master explains that the silk is a contract fee and a gift, insisting that they accept it. Woon is impressed by the skill of the master's men, realizing he had not sensed their presence despite how close they were. The master internally notes Woon's arrogance, finding it similar to his own when he was younger. As his carriage departs, he calls out to his driver, giving him new instructions. He decides to visit an old friend, since he is already out, and tells the driver to take him to the Evil Path Alliance. With a sly smile, he announces his intention to have a drink with the leader of the Evil Path Alliance. Back at the manor, So-Wa shows Woon the first uniform she has created from the gifted silk. He tries it on and is immediately delighted, exclaiming that he loves it and that it has increased his dignity and charm. So-Wa is glad he likes it, admitting it is her first time working with such high-quality material. The system notifies him that the clothing has been expertly crafted and asks him to pick a reward. He is presented with several great options: advanced texts, miracle medicine, or an exclusive trait unlock. Though the first two options are tempting, he has another idea in mind and makes his choice. He chooses the exclusive trait unlock, which grants him the ability to awaken the hidden traits of his disciples. A new window appears, showing So-Wa's current attributes and traits. A warning informs him that he cannot unlock any new traits. The system explains that the disciple needs to increase their grade first, which Woon finds completely unfair. He decides he will just have to make her stronger, so he can unlock her hidden potential later. With a new goal in mind, he cheerfully announces that it is time to start her training, much to her and her brother's confusion. The girl is nervous about learning martial arts, wondering if she will be able to do it well. She recalls his earlier promise, but her self-doubt makes her worry about what will happen if she fails. His reassuring words echo in her mind, reminding her of his promise to fix her condition and help her. She decides to trust him and worry about the details later, eagerly asking what she will be learning first. He instructs her to begin with the most basic foundation of all martial arts, the horseback riding pose. She is immediately disappointed, having expected to learn something more exciting and advanced. Woon explains that she is not physically fit enough for more complex techniques and must first build her stamina. He tells her to hold the pose for a full hour, an order that leaves her completely speechless. With a determined look, she begins the grueling training, her body already protesting the strain. She asks if she will really be able to learn martial arts this way. He assures her she will, explaining her natural affinity for yin energy. He tells her that internal energy builds up in her body naturally, and as long as she can form a danshin, she will be fine. He internally notes that he cannot let her potential go to waste, especially since she was born with the perfect conditions to be a martial artist. The training is suddenly interrupted by the sound of someone approaching the manor in a hurry. The agent Yeryong bursts in, shouting Woon's name with a look of panic on his face. He announces that the White Sword sect has sent a letter demanding to know if Woon has any connection to them. Woon is annoyed to be dealing with the thugs from yesterday again. But he takes the letter from the frantic agent. He calmly prepares to read the message, wondering what the rival sect could possibly want from him now. Woon reads the letter and discovers that the White Sword sect is holding a competition, and they have been invited to participate. Yeryong explains that the rival sect dominates the region, and its leader is notorious for intimidating weaker sects at these events. The agent adds that the leader usually targets sects of similar or weaker power, so it's strange that he's targeting them. With the furious reaction of Woon and his disciples, the man panics and says that it's all just a misunderstanding, but Woon just smiles and says that the leader of the other sect is trying to embarrass them, and that this will be fun. He declares that this is the perfect opportunity to spread their name, but Seolwa seems worried about the idea. The girl expresses her insecurity, saying that it's just the two of them, and she's afraid of being a burden to him. At that moment, he turns to her and, with his hand on his sword, announces that she will participate in the competition alone. Shocked, the girl realizes that she will now have to train even harder since she will be competing on her own. Then she completely panics, screaming as it dawns on her that she will have to fight alone. Later that night, the young woman sighed wearily after a long and tiring day of training. She is lying on the floor complaining that her stamina is too low and that she has been in the horse position for too long. The girl also complains that she can barely swing the sword for an hour and has only learned one basic movement. Lying on the floor, she looks at the ceiling and remembers that she only has 2 weeks until the duel begins. Seeing her master watching her during training, she wonders what he's really thinking with all this. He simply gives her an encouraging smile and a thumbs up, telling her not to worry. Frustrated with his relaxed attitude, the girl decides she's going to start a fight to see what happens. The scene changes to a closed door while the narration explains that he is not sleeping inside. A new girl arrives looking for the cult leader, but hears a cry of pain coming from the room. The scream came from a boy trying to sue, and the system notifies him that he has injured himself for the 23rd time. Woon realizes she must be questioning his training, so he needs to finish her clothes soon. He holds the garment with his bandaged hands and hopes she will like the gift he made. As the girl walks away, a system notification says that her responsibility trait is about to bloom. The protagonist is confused by this sudden notification that appeared out of nowhere. The very next day, Seolwa is in town, and a merchant wonders if her sect only recruits beautiful people. Woon follows her, his hair covering his face, and wonders why the clothes he made look so strange. He then asks if she liked it, and even though she thought the stitching was messy, the young woman says she loved the gift. The scene changes to the White Sword tournament, where the event is about to begin and is said to be to promote friendship. The sect leader goes on to say that is a place for young martial artists and that he has prepared a small gift. But with a malevolent look, he orders his men to demonstrate the overwhelming power imbalance to everyone there. The duel event begins in the third area of the preliminary round in a packed arena. Seolwa looks quite nervous, holding her wooden staff as she waits for her turn to fight. With that, she turns to her master and asks if she can really do that. Woon tells her to remember her training, but the girl thinks all she did was stand in the horse position. Then he puts his hand on her shoulder and asks her to believe him because he was the one who trained her. The master assures her that she has become much stronger than before, and the girl asks if this is true. She says she doesn't know if she believes it, but that she will do her best and is preparing for the fight with determination. The young woman decides to use all her strength to attack and quickly advances against her first opponent. She delivers a powerful blow with the stick, and the man screams in pain as he is hit squarely. The opponent falls to the ground defeated with just one blow, demonstrating the result of their training. The match referee is completely shocked by the unexpected outcome of the fight. Even then, the crowd can't believe that the fight was decided in an instant. Woon then says from the audience that this is why he told her to believe in herself. The judge raises the flag and declares Seowa of the Righteous Heavens sect as the grand winner of the match. The protagonist believes that in the last 2 weeks, he has taught her the mindset a martial artist should have. He reflects that delivering a fool on strike is not an easy task, especially for new martial artists of that age. The boy continues to think that many fear hurting their opponent, but Seowa managed to use his full power, unlike them. The young woman celebrates happily and shouts to her master that she has won the fight. Woon watches with a smile and thinks that she will easily reach the main round of the tournament. With that, he decides he doesn't need to worry about her and can look for other promising talents in the arena. Immediately afterwards, they announce that the next fighter will be Jing Guang from the White Sword sect. The new fighter enters the arena and defeats his opponent with a single, swift blow of his wooden sword. Flashback shows a muscular boy named Wang Paul being recruited by a cult leader. The leader praises his physique and talent and invites him to join his sect. The young man accepts the invitation with great joy and thanks the sect leader for the opportunity. Back in the present, the muscular Wang Pao lies defeated on the ground by the White Sword fighter. The audience is impressed that Jing Guang defeated someone 3 years older than him with such ease. The defeated boy begs him to stop, saying it's just training, and there's no need to go that far. An older man watches the scene disappointed and thinks he misjudged the boy for being so weak inside. Desperate, the defeated young man looks out onto the balcony and calls out to his cult leader for help. The leader of his cult humiliates him in his memory, saying that he will continue cleaning up other people's messes forever. Wang Pao wakes up startled in his bed after having a nightmare about his master's words. He then realizes that it was all just a bad dream while trying to calm down. Suddenly, Jing Wang appears in his room, and the defeated young man asks what he is doing there. The other says he wants to warm up for the duel later, but Wang Pao tries to refuse, saying he doesn't feel well. Jing Wang stares at him with disdain and asks why it matters, ordering him to get ready for the warm-up. The boy insults him, saying that his only usefulness is his body, so the least he can do is help. With that, he says it will be a light warm-up and tells him to get out of bed while Wang Paul remains silent. The scene returns to the packed arena, and an announcer declares the start of the tournament semifinals. Seowa's opponent Wu Jiam uses the illusion sword, a style that is difficult to predict but full of flaws. Woon asks his disciple what she thinks she needs to do to defeat someone with that style. He smiles and says that her answer is correct, but there is a much easier method she can choose. The girl is confused, not understanding what her master is trying to say. With a mischievous smile, the protagonist assures her that with his method, she can certainly win, and asks her to trust him. Coy excitedly agrees, ready to follow her master's instructions without hesitation. Uriyoung approaches Woon and comments that they've already reached the semifinals of the tournament. The agent congratulates the protagonist on her progress in just 1 month, but he doesn't seem impressed. Woon then says he will only accept congratulations after she wins the final, and Uriyoung wonders if he's serious. In the arena, the girl's opponent praises her for having come so far, but says that her luck ends there. He smiles confidently and states that everyone in the audience is eager to see her defeated. Siowa confidently replies that he is wrong, because her leader believes in her victory. Her opponent laughs and calls her crazy, just like her master. Then the match begins and the girl charges forward, shouting that she's going to win that duel. The two clash in the center of the arena, in a rapid exchange of blows with their wooden weapons. The boy smiles and admits that she has a lot of courage to confront him in that way. He then attacks forcefully, and she realizes that his fundamentals as a disciple of the White Sword are on another level. The young woman is surprised by his skill, but remains focused on defense. With that, she jumps back and the opponent asks if she is already retreating. Salwa maintains a determined expression and prepares for his next move. She remembers her master's advice and thinks that if she can't distinguish feats from real attacks, she needs to keep her guard up in the center to protect herself from any blow he might try. The opponent launches a series of rapid attacks, but the girl manages to block them all. The force of the last blow pushes her backward, and she struggles to maintain her balance. The boy is surprised and impressed that she managed to block his attack. He admits that he underestimated her and begins to use his illusion technique with a purple energy. With a wicked grin, the fighter asks her what she thinks of that while preparing a new attack. Several beams of purple energy are fired at high speed towards her. The girl is shocked by the energy attack, which she has never seen before in her training sessions. Woon explains that fighters with illusionary styles are weaker up close, so they try to create distance. He concludes by saying that if she manages to reach him with the sword, she will win the fight. With a determined look, the girl declares that she is only just beginning the fight. Then she runs towards her opponent, dodging all energy attacks. The boy is impressed by her agility and says she's not bad at all. Siowa continues to skillfully dodge the attacks, getting closer and closer. He attempts a direct hit, but says her movements are too obvious to land on her. The young woman is struck squarely by the blow and thrown backward by the force of the impact. Woon and Yeryung watch the scene with serious expressions, worried about the outcome. The young woman falls to the ground, and her opponent smiles arrogantly, declaring his victory. Siowa lies collapsed in the arena, panting, but still refuses to give up the fight. The fighter says disdainfully that he had some hope for her, but that it all ends there. The girl looks at him angrily and says that the fight is not over yet. With that, she stands up with difficulty, gripping her two wooden weapons firmly. Her opponent mocks her, saying she can barely stand, and asks what she's going to do. The young woman surprises everyone by leaping into the air amidst a barrage of energy blasts. The boy is shocked by her audacity and wonders if she is playing a joke on him. With a war cry, the fighter declares that it will all end with that final blow. She delivers a powerful final blow, striking her opponent squarely in the face. Woon smiles, satisfied with the result, and says that she finally managed to win the fight. But a man in the audience stands up and accuses the girl of cheating to win. He yells at her for pretending to have lost in order to ambush her opponent, and that this is against the rules. The angry man continues his accusation, saying it's stubbornness on his part not to accept defeat to a girl. At this point, the leader of the rival sect appears and questions whether the White Sword sect has always been so rude. One of the disciples apologizes for his rudeness to the leader of the Righteous Heavens sect, but Woon accepts. The leader of the White Sword then declares that the fault lies with his disciple for presuming defeat and accepts the outcome. Siowa is declared the winner, and news spreads that she learned martial arts in less than a month. The girl celebrates her victory and waves to her master, who congratulates her on a job well done. Wang Pal observes the scene from afar with a sad and thoughtful expression on his face. Her master approaches and orders him to put poison in the girl's food to weaken her. He goes on to say that defeating her is not enough, and orders Jin Guang to permanently cripple her. The young man refuses to obey the order, but his leader hits him with a violent slap across the face. The master calls him a fool and says that if he has no talent, at least he should follow orders. He then attacks him again and says that this is why the other disciples surpass him. Woon appears and comments that the leader of the White Sword disciplines his disciples very severely. With a confident smile, the protagonist introduces himself as the leader of the Righteous Heavens sect. The other leader accuses him of being disrespectful for interfering in the affairs of another sect. Woon says he doesn't know what's going on, but thinks he's being too harsh on his disciple. The rival master suggests that he mind his own business, but Woon says that he came to see him. With that, he requests that Wang Paul be handed over to his sect, leaving the other leader surprised. The young man is shocked and confused by the protagonist's sudden proposal. Woon explains that his sect's methods seem more suitable for the boy than those of the White Sword. The leader of the White Sword accuses his disciple of having approached the rival leader and therefore disobeyed his orders. With a mischievous smile, he then accepts Woon's offer, leaving Wang Pao in shock. But he says it would be a shame to get rid of a beloved disciple and proposes a wager. He thinks COY is too much talent to be wasted in a small sect, and she feels a chill. The bet is that the winning sect of the tournament will be able to recruit a disciple from the losing sect. He says he's only making the offer out of pity, but Woon accepts the terms without hesitation. The leader of the White Sword is surprised by his confidence, but agrees to resolve things in this way. He laughs at the situation and says he's eager to see the outcome, because Woon will likely lose his only disciple. Woon grabs Wang Paul by the collar and asks if he knows why he chose him for his sect. He warns him that he didn't choose him solely based on his looks, and tells him to think carefully about his decision. Agent Yuriang approaches and asks if Seowan knows about the bet that was made. Woon ignores the question and says that the girl would be happy to have a mentor, and that all they need to do is win. He approaches his disciple and asks if she can win the game for them. The girl says she will do her best, but reminds him that he said the chances were 50%. The protagonist confirms what he said, but states that he believes in her and knows she can succeed. Encouraged by her master, the young woman is filled with determination and promises to give her best in the fight. The leader of the White Sword tells his disciple that he must not lower his guard under any circumstances. Jin Guang agrees, and his master reminds him that there can be no more humiliation and that he must win. Wang Pao advises Jin Guang to be careful in the fight, but he seems quite confident. He says he's not careless like the other one, and that his older brother seems to value things too much. With a determined look, Jin Guang declares that he will crush every last drop of their foolish hope. The judge orders the two competitors to advance to the center of the arena to begin the fight. The guy praises her for reaching the final, but says her luck ends there. Sao confidently replies that they will only know who is stronger after they face each other. The match begins and the fighter thinks she will probably try to avoid a direct confrontation, but to his surprise, the girl lunges forward with a direct and swift attack. He manages to defend himself, but the force of the blow catches him by surprise and makes him retreat. The boy is shocked and realizes that her inner power is much stronger than he expected. Woon reminds her opponent that they should think her inner power isn't that strong. She possesses the extreme yin body, a constitution that innately accumulates internal power. With this, he warns her that she will only have one chance to use this advantage to her benefit. The young woman leaps into the air and delivers a powerful downward blow with all her might. The opponent manages to block the attack, but the force of the impact causes him to retreat again. The girl takes advantage of the opening and punches him in the face, knocking him off balance. Jin Guang is surprised by her strength but manages to stay on his feet. He admits that her inner strength is greater than he expected, but he still underestimates her. The boy says that even so, she is still just a newbie and moves to attack. He strikes her with a powerful energy blast that sends her flying with great force. The girl manages to defend herself at the last second, but realizes that he is very strong. She concentrates and declares that she will end the fight in 10 seconds with all her energy. With determination, Sealwa shouts that he can't lose like that and prepares for the counterattack. The system then announces that its responsibility trait has been activated at that moment. Your traits of diligence and adversity merge with irresponsibility, increasing your power. The girl manages to dodge his final blow at the last second, leaving her opponent by surprise. Under extreme pressure, her perception and judgment increase dramatically, and she screams from the effort. She manages to disarm her opponent and leaves him vulnerable to a direct attack. He is shocked by the turn of events and finds himself surrounded by a dark and menacing aura. Boy praises her for enduring so long, but challenges her to resist his final blow. The young woman is on high alert due to the pressure of his imminent attack. With his eyes glowing red, he declares that it's all over and launches his final attack. Woon cries out his disciple's name in despair upon seeing her critical situation, but he remembers his own words of encouragement and shouts that he believes in her. A massive explosion of dust and energy occurs in the center of the arena after the attack. The final attack is so powerful that the force of the impact throws the boy's body far away. The protagonist and the agent are shocked and confused by the unexpected outcome of the fight. The leader of the White Sword and his disciple are also surprised to see her cold key technique. A bright blue aura surrounds Seowa's hand. As she prepares her special technique, she uses the third form of the basic blue technique, concentrating all her energy on a single point. With a confident smile, the girl asks if he isn't feeling a little cold with his technique. Woon watches in shock as her body begins to fall through the air after the extreme exertion. Woon runs to get his disciple, but the judge stops him, saying he cannot enter the arena. He yells at the referee, saying the fight is over, and points to his fallen opponent. Jin Guang is lying unconscious on the ground, and the referee is surprised by the outcome of the match. The judge then declares Seowa of the Righteous Heavens sect as the grand victor of the fight. The girl sits down exhausted but smiles at her master, proud of her victory. The leader of the White Sword becomes furious and says that they made a mockery of his sect. Woon approaches his disciple and asks if she can stand up to celebrate. She says with a smile that she kept the promise she made to him, leaving him surprised. The protagonist smiles proudly and thinks about how she has grown as a fighter. He helps her to her feet and Yuriang congratulates her on her victory, saying she fought well. The judge announces the tournament winner, and the protagonist raises her arm in celebration. With a radiant smile, the girl celebrates her victory as champion of the tournament. Woon then addresses the crowd and says that he would like to say a few words. He announces that the official opening ceremony of his sect will be held in 1 month. The audience is surprised to learn that their sect hasn't even been officially opened yet. The leader of the White Sword becomes furious and accuses Woon of using his sect for the opening ceremony. He continues to shout, saying that the protagonist hid the cold Kai technique from her and tricked him. The rival master advances to attack but is stopped by his own disciple, Wang Paul. He yells at the boy, asking what he is doing, and the young man says that he should maintain his dignity. The furious leader accuses him of already defending the other sect and attacks him with his energy. The leader of the White Sword shouts that traitors must be eliminated on the spot and attacks his disciple. But Woon appears in the blink of an eye and blocks the attack with ease. The rival master is shocked by the intervention and asks what it means. The protagonist calmly informs him that Wang Pao is now a disciple of his sect. He then challenges him, saying that if he's not happy with the result, he can confront him personally. Woon breaks the rival leader's fingers with a strong grip, causing him to scream in pain. The man rises in pain, but the protagonist stares at him with a cold, determined look. He releases his rival master and orders him to do whatever he wants, showing that he is not afraid of him. The leader of the White Sword storms off in a rage, yelling at his former disciple to get out of his sight. With a hateful look, he swears he will never forget the humiliation he suffered. Woon asks Wang Pao if he still has any attachment to his former sect, but the boy denies it. The protagonist says that he is already an excellent martial artist, and that he will certainly prove his worth. Wang Pao's former master calls him a fool and abandons him, while Jin Guang watches him with disdain. He thinks his older brother is a strong man, but brainless, an empty shell. The young man feels undervalued and begins to cry as he remembers the words of his former teacher. He thanks Woon for the opportunity and promises to do his best in his new sect. The system announces that Wang Pao has become the second disciple of the Righteous Heavens sect. With that, the tournament ends and Yiriang comments that Siowa did all the work, but his master took the credit. 2 weeks later, the scene shows the protagonist's sect entering on a sunny day. Wang Pao does his training in the horse stance. He is confused by the training method. Wang Pao is confused by Saowa's greeting, and she laughs because he called her sister. She encourages him, saying that if he tries hard, he can become like her even with only 2 months of training. The boy says he's still confident in his body, and the girl tells him to fetch water by himself. The system highlights his strengths, such as his physical build and talent for learning techniques. Their weaknesses are low sensitivity to ki and slowness in accumulating internal energy. Woon observes his disciples and thinks he saw it clearly from the beginning. He reflects that Wang Pao's talent lies in his understanding of techniques and his unwavering mind. The protagonist admires the strength of his new disciples, Siowa and Wang Pao. He is pleased and thinks that his eye for talent is indeed very accurate. Agent Yiriang arrives and the protagonist asks how the preparations for the ceremony are going. He says that thanks to the publicity surrounding the tournament, they received many letters from people wanting to attend, but he adds that among them was an order from the Morim Alliance, which surprises Woon. The protagonist remains silent, processing the unexpected news of the alliance. He reads the order and discovers that the name Bak Rai is involved in the matter. The order requires an assessment of plagiarism of his basic gong in relation to the Bakri clan. Woon is furious because 15 years have passed since he left his old clan. He thinks that targeting an opponent's opening is typical of the Bakri clan, and that things were going too well. The martial arts of his sect are the result of 15 years of enlightenment and bear no trace of the Bakri clan. But he knows that if the Morim Alliance evaluator sides with his former clan, it will be difficult to avoid an accusation. If he fails the evaluation, he will not be able to teach his martial arts and will have to pay a huge compensation. Woon is worried because even if he is re-evaluated later, the standards will be even more stringent. Agent Yiriang says goodbye and leaves, leaving the protagonist to his thoughts. He realizes that his former clan is obviously aiming to cause trouble at his opening ceremony. The problem is where to get the basic gong. Now to prepare for the assessment, his disciples enter the room arguing, and he asks what is happening. The girl announces that they have guests, and the protagonist is surprised by the news. 2 visitors arrive, and one of them wonders if that cheapskate really bought the entire mansion. Woon sees them in the courtyard and recognizes one of them as leader Changqian. The visitors introduce themselves as Chiangha and Namgong Wu from the Changqian Brigade. The girl is confused when she sees her master's reaction, who seems to be thinking about something. With a mischievous smile, The protagonist realizes that he can turn the tables in his favor with this visit. The scene shifts to the Bakri clan, where the Morim alliance will likely side with them. Agent Yiriang wonders whether he should retreat, but his servant says, "There is nothing to worry about." He explains that the judgment of the Bakri clan is on a different level and cannot be underestimated. Yiriang asks his servant to deliver a letter that he is about to write. He decides that if he fears the influence of the Morim alliance and the Bakri clan, he needs to expand the chessboard. With a wicked grin, he plans to drag the heretical league into the conflict as well. In the Bakri clan, a man tells the master of the outer hall that he has been doing unnecessary things again. He questions the assessment of plagiarism for a sect that hasn't even been established yet. The master of the outer hall, Bakri Song, says that this was merely the clan leader's personal decision. Bakri Song talks about the clan leader's sons, saying that the eldest, San, has no interest in martial arts. He goes on to say that San has excellent talent, but is impatient and, more importantly, a girl. The leader of the Bakri Kang clan says that this does not disqualify her from inheriting the clan, because there is no such rule. The master of the outer hall questions why he let Woon leave the clan if he valued him so much. He praises the protagonist's exceptional talent, intelligence, and nature, saying that no one could complain about him. The clan leader agrees, and the master of the outer hall insists that they must show him where he truly belongs. He declares that Woon's roots are in the Bakri clan, and that this is the will of the elders. But the clan leader says he has already done everything he could as a father, and that growing up requires overcoming challenges. He states that the protagonist must learn to protect his sect from the clutches of others. The master of the outer hall vows that he will bring Woon back to the clan no matter what happens. Assistant military strategist for the Martial Alliance, Li Su, says that no sect accused of plagiarism has gotten away unscathed. The leader of the Bakri clan says he is not worried and that he will bring Woon back, no matter what. Li Su doesn't understand his obsession with the protagonist since he's just a talented relative. The clan leader explains that if Woon had continued training in the Bakri arts, he would have become the greatest swordsman. He says that even though the protagonist has left the clan, they still need him. The master of the outer hall arrives at Woon's sect and asks how he will respond to the call of his lineage. He orders the gates to be opened, but no one answers his call. Woon is on the roof watching their arrival and preparing for the confrontation. The system detects an increase in your heart rate and recommends deep breathing, but you ignore it. He jumps from the roof towards the master of the outer hall. He uses his Gate of Heaven technique and lands in the courtyard with a powerful impact. The members of the Bakri clan prepare for the attack. But the scene changes to the ceremony. Woon is in the center of the arena, and the crowd is watching him intently. He holds his sect's flag and prepares to give his opening speech. The protagonist thanks everyone for attending and introduces himself as the leader of the sect. He says that before they begin, there is one issue that needs to be resolved first. With a confident smile, he prepares to clarify the situation for everyone present. He then loudly announces that his sect plagiarized the martial arts of the Bakri clan. Yuriang and the others are shocked by the unexpected statement and wonder what he is doing. The audience is confused and wonders if he just admitted to plagiarism at his own inauguration. A masked man in the crowd smiles and says things are getting interesting. The leader of the Bakri clan thinks the protagonist has given up, but Woon says things look different from where he is. The crowd falls silent, wondering what the protagonist is thinking with all this. Woon looks at the crowd with a smile and calls the Martial Alliance audit team to introduce themselves. The leader of the Bakri clan and his men are surprised to see the Alliance team there. He recognizes him as Changul Sword, the leading expert of the Bakri clan, and greets him. The protagonist asks him to explain his little scheme, but the man says it's nothing complicated. With a smile, Woon declares that he intends to undergo a plagiarism check right there in front of everyone. The leader of the Bakri clan becomes furious and says that such judgments are handled in private, not in public. The man with the wedding ring is shocked by the revelation and shouts that it's all nonsense. Then our hero questions him about which part is absurd, and the man says that there is no one from the other sex, but the protagonist reveals that there actually is, and points to the crowd, leaving the man with the ring surprised. Suddenly, a bald man makes his way through the crowd, and everyone recognizes him as the little ghost of Namgang. At that moment, a girl from the Wudang sect also appears, waving and announcing herself at the ceremony. The man from the alliance wonders why everyone is there, and the warrior from Namgang explains that he has a mission nearby. He then confirms that the forms of the techniques are indeed very similar. The representative from Namgang explains that his clan's art uses the same principle of heaven, earth, and man. Soon after, the young woman from Wuding agrees and hands over a wooden box to the review panel. The box contains several letters from other sects, confirming suspicions of plagiarism of the basic artwork. With a wicked grin, the girl asks if the Bake family's arts aren't also mixed with other techniques. The lord of the Bake family says that's ridiculous, but our hero stares at him and asks if it really is. The young swordsman throws the paper down and says that this is the same claim they made about the shapes being plagiarized. With this, the little ghost of Namling is horrified and wonders if the alliance panel is making up reasons. The lord of the Bake family shouts furiously as we see a letter confirming the overlapping of techniques. He calls the master of the new sect an insolent fool and tears up the letters with his energy, but the protagonist simply maintains a confident smile on his face. Lord Changwol of the Bake family stares at him with hatred and shouts his name angrily. Then he asks how he managed to verify all that, and if he spread the technique through letters. The boy says he has already said what he wanted to, and now it is Lord Changwol's turn to answer everyone present. The protagonist thinks that if they admit to plagiarizing their technique, it will involve 23 sects, and wonders if his uncle would risk so much. With a furious look, Lord Changwol begins to unsheath his sword, ready to attack his nephew. Then, in a swift movement, the Lord advances and attacks the young man, who defends the blow with his own blade. The representatives of the other sects are shocked by the sudden attack and shout for the Lord. Our hero manages to forcefully push his uncle away and shouts for him not to come any closer. With a determined smile, the young master says that this is a personal matter that belongs only to him and no one else. The Lord shouts that no matter what they say, he is of the Bakri clan and its future pillar, and asks if he still clings to that. He continues his attack, saying that the boy is the one who clings and questions whether he still harbors resentment towards the clan. The older man asks if it's because they didn't avenge him, and says he understands if the young man finds them pathetic for not protecting his mother. Then he prepares a powerful coup and says that if his nephew's intention is to ruin the Bakri clan, he will have to act. But the protagonist is not intimidated, and his eyes gleam with a blue energy as he prepares for the counterattack. Then he unleashes a powerful energy blast that completely overwhelms his uncle's attack. The Lord is thrown back by the force of the blow and seems shocked by the young swordsman's power. With his uncle kneeling on the ground, the cult leader says he has no intention of denying his own blood. He explains that it would be a lie to say he doesn't hold any resentment, but has moved on, and his uncle asks why he doesn't come back. The boy replies that as a cult leader, he needs to become stronger on his own, because he is not the same as before. Lord Changwol then asks how long he thinks he can withstand the pressure from the main family against his sect. With confidence, the young swordsman states that he is always prepared to withstand anything, just as he did this time. The old man is shocked to realize his nephew's determination. At that moment, a cry of joy echoed through the crowd watching everything. We see a flashback of the younger protagonist, happily training with his uncle in the family courtyard. The young man celebrates excitedly, having finally managed to defend against one of his uncle's direct punches. The older man laughs and challenges him to another punch, but the boy seems frightened by the idea. Back in the present, the sect leader tells his uncle that his techniques and martial arts are not plagiarized. He then asks his relative, as a nephew of the Bakri clan, to wait a little while, as one day he will clarify everything. Lord Changwol then stands up and seems to reflect on the young swordsman's words. Then he turns to the others and introduces himself as Bakri Song, the younger brother of the clan chief. With this, he declares in front of everyone that the Chian sect did not plagiarize the martial arts of the Bakri family. In the crowd, a hooded man smiles and says that the old man certainly chose the right person. A woman next to him calls him a noisy old man, and the man complains that he came all the way from far away just to watch. The hooded figure thinks the entire training camp is like a divine weapon, which he finds absurd. He reveals himself as the young lord of the demonic path, and says that the protagonist is more interesting than he expected. Soon after, he says he'll leave first and disappears into the shadows, leaving the woman behind. The girl observes the place where he was and seems to think about that mysterious person who left. She then remembers her first business partner while watching the protagonist's group celebrating. The protagonist's disciple seems shocked by something she just noticed at the ceremony. 3 days have passed since the event, but no new member has appeared, leaving the disciples disappointed. Our hero tries to stay calm, but the system shows that his heart is beating a little faster. The young woman asks how they can recruit, and says they need reputation or years of contribution to the community. The master then points to the disciple, who is shocked, but he simply asks him to hand something over. The disciple approaches the master and asks what that paper he is writing on is. Then the protagonist replies that it's a way to gain new disciples, and the girl looks at the document attentively. Far away, a martial arts instructor named Yi Gun is informed that the students at the Murian Pavilion have rejected the training. The older man wonders why, and his subordinate explains that the graduation competition is coming up, and they think it's unfair. He goes on to say that the division of academies is unequal, with Murian representing prestigious clans and Mujung representing small sects. An assistant named Ji Gai Pyong comments that the fights used to be balanced, but this new group is quite different. Pyong explains that Mujung's disciples are very skilled and have won for 3 consecutive years, leaving Murian's morale in the dust. With that, Yi-gun questions whether that's why they refuse and asks about the pavilion master, who is suddenly on their side. The assistant comments that their master wants to save face after 3 years of defeats and asks what Yi-gun will do. At that moment, a carrier pigeon appears at the window and lands there, drawing the attention of the Alliance instructor. Then, he turns to his assistant Ji Gai Wei and orders the boy to gather all the disciples from the Mirion Pavilion. With the letter in hand, Yi-gun declares that the training will proceed as planned, greatly surprising his subordinate. The scene then shifts to the mountains near Huayong County, where a young man appears to be having a nightmare. Suddenly, the boy wakes up startled and breathless, as if he were fleeing from something terrible in his sleep. He sits on the bed in a room with several other empty beds, still trying to catch his breath. This is Sam Wu Gang, a disciple of Murian who seems angry with himself for dishonoring his own name. Outside, he meets San Mun Cheek, who tells him to get stronger first because it's not his turn to act yet. Mun Kiuk greets him, and the boy says he couldn't sleep, so he asks if anything strange happened during the night. With that, Wu Gang apologizes and says that everything about the training is his fault, leaving the other confused. He reveals that he was the one who encouraged everyone to refuse, and that is why they were punished. The boy says it doesn't matter and that they can pressure the sect leader if they can't handle the training. Then, Mun Cheek announces that it's time to change shifts and tells his colleague to go to sleep while a shadow appears in the background. Suddenly, the two become alert, and the boy shouts, asking who is there in the darkness of the forest. With a smile, our hero appears and introduces himself as Bak Rai, the leader of the Yua, Chian sect. He steps back a little and announces that he will begin the entrance test for all the disciples present. The two young men are confused and on guard as the sect leader explains that the rule is quite simple. He then explains that if only one of them manages to get through the sect's gate, they will all pass the test. With that, San Wu, Gang becomes filled with confidence and shouts for all of Muriayan's disciples to prepare for battle. But in the blink of an eye, the protagonist advances with incredible speed and attacks the young disciple. The boy is completely shocked and speechless after being struck by the devastating blow from the cult leader, fallen to his knees and defeated. Shan Wu. Gang faces the sect leader, who observes him with superiority. With a smile, the protagonist says that they will pass if they manage to escape him without any injuries. Far away, near Mount Wudang, someone asks if they have heard the news from the Muriayan Hall. A group of warriors discusses the new training location of a newly formed sect that no one has ever heard of. A young woman says she's not interested, and that the martial alliance is just trying to even things out with some random master. She states with conviction that it doesn't matter where they go because, in the end, she will always win. At this moment, we see a flashback where a boy says goodbye to his older brother, who is leaving. The young boy seems very sad about his brother leaving him behind. Then he runs after his brother down the hallway. He even tries to stop him from leaving, but the boy is left alone on the ground crying while looking at the amulet his brother left behind. We see a young woman named Baek Lisan who vows not to lose until she discovers why her brother abandoned the clan. Back in the forest, our hero smiles confidently as he attacks the disciples with his powerful weapon. He observes the two young men, one fallen and the other advancing with a spear, and says that they are not so bad. Then the disciple hurries to help his colleague San Wu, Gang, and confronts the sect master. The boy introduces himself as Sealmun, Chiak, and asks why the leader of the Yuchian sect is attacking them. With a smile, the protagonist explains that this is part of his teaching method for getting to know his new students. The young warrior stares at him determinedly, and the sect master reminds him that whoever reaches the gate will pass the test. With that, Mun Cheek asks what will happen to them if they happen to fail the entrance exam. The protagonist steps forward again and says, if they don't pass, there's no point in going to the martial arts tournament. He continues the attack and threatens to tie them all up in a warehouse until the end of the tournament fights. The cult leader explains that this means they will lose without even having a chance to fight. One of the disciples is shocked by the statement and cries out in despair, begging him to wait a moment. But the sect leader completely ignores the appeal and continues his relentless attack against the young warriors. With a determined look, San Wu, Gang reflects the protagonist's image in his blade and seems to have a plan. He gathers the other disciples and asks if defeating the master, there also guarantees passing the test. The protagonist smiles at the proposal and agrees, telling them to come at him with everything they've got. The disciples then leap to attack from various angles, and the sect leader praises their wise decision. However, he easily dodges the coordinated attack and throws them away with a single movement. With a victorious smile, the young master says that their plan could have worked against another opponent. One of the disciples observes the scene, somewhat shocked by his overwhelming power. We see the defeated disciples on the ground as the sect leader stares at them with a sigh of disappointment. He then asks where all their confidence went, since they freeze under a little pressure. With a swift movement, the sect leader attacks San Wu, Gang, who desperately tries to defend himself from the blow. The master holds him and comments that despite his spirit, the young warrior seems strangely restrained in his movements. At that moment, another disciple advances with his spear, attempting to create an opening to attack the master from behind. But the protagonist easily dodges the attack and continues to analyze the abilities of his new students. One of the young men is shocked to see the master's strength as he cuts down several trees with a single blow of his weapon. The sect leader then turns his attention to Sealmun, Chiak, appearing somewhat impressed by the young man's attitude. He notes that the young man assesses the situation quickly and likely has a lot of experience in real battles. While fighting, the master notices that everyone is very tense and using too much force, which hinders his own movements. With a focused gaze, he continues to look around and study the fighting style of each of the disciples. Then he blocks another attack from Wu Gang, who becomes frustrated at not being able to land a single hit. The young disciple curses angrily at the enormous power difference between them and the master of that sect. Seeing his colleague's frustration, Mun Cheek approaches to pass on a new combat strategy to them. He asks Wu Gang to take care of the defense and explains that the master is adjusting to their fighting rhythm. With this, he believes that the three of them together can use this loophole to finally create an opening in attack. The three disciples then coordinate an attack, with one preparing to defend while the others look for the right moment. In a synchronized movement, the trio advances toward the cult leader with a newfound determination in their eyes. But the protagonist surpasses them once again and hurls them away with a single movement. Amidst a wave of energy, the master stands alone in the center. San Wu Gang shouts in frustration and lunges at the cult master, who is watching him. The cult leader holds him back and says it's foolish to attack, believing he wouldn't use full force against them. Then the protagonist continues to dodge and counterattack the young warrior's blows with ease. One of the disciples is struck squarely and screams in pain from the impact of the master's powerful attack. The sect leader throws him to the ground and says he expected more from them, and that at least one of them would have martial arts talent. He declares that it's over, but reminds everyone that a promise is a promise, while a red energy surges from the young man. Suddenly, San Wu Gang stands up, his eyes glowing red and a sinister aura surrounding him. The young disciple then unleashes a powerful red energy attack that surprises the cult leader. The protagonist is shocked by the twist and recognizes that familiar technique the boy used. He identifies the skill as the form of the dead sword of the Great Blood Sect, a demonic martial art. Wu Gang looks exhausted, and the sect master realizes he's risking his life just to pass the training. Intrigued, the cult leader grabs a weapon and challenges the young man to show him everything he has been hiding. The protagonist then prepares and blocks the disciple's powerful demonic attack with his own blade. Red energy spreads across the battlefield, creating a terrifying image of demonic wings. The sect master remains steadfast and focused as he holds back the young warrior's advance in the forbidden technique. San Wu Gang is at his limit, but the sect leader calls him a brat and praises his incredible talent. The system warns that the protagonist's desire index has increased for the first time in a long time. With an excited smile, the sect leader shouts that he wants that disciple for himself. He then defeats him with ease, and he screams in pain upon being defeated. The protagonist is satisfied after the intense fight against the talented demonic disciple. San Wu Gang wakes up confused in a bed and wonders where he is, and if this is the Heavenly Sword Clan. A bald man greets him, and the young man realizes he overdid in the fight with his master the previous day. He then recognizes the man as Unjin and is surprised to see him there in his room. Suddenly the boy remembers the fight and the moment when he used his demonic technique in front of his master. He panics when he realizes he used the Blood Sword Clan technique and has been discovered. The young man despairs, thinking he has lost control and may now be executed as a spy. But Unjin interrupts him and warns that it's almost time for the meeting and that they need to leave soon. Wu Gang is confused by his colleague's calmness and wonders if the sect leader hasn't said anything. He gets dressed and reflects that the master must have noticed his technique because his expression was quite strange. The boy remembers that the sect leader even mentioned his master and the great serpent's sword by name. From the outside, he observes the protagonist and wonders why he hasn't yet turned him in as a spy. The sect leader is in a good mood, and the young disciple is becoming increasingly confused by the situation. With a suspicious look, he tries to understand what the leader of that sect's real plan is. Suddenly, a chill runs down his spine, and he realizes that the cult leader is much more than he appears. The protagonist then announces that they all passed the first test, and that more people than expected remained. Son Woo gang looks around and realizes with shock that they are the only ones left from the original group. We see the faces of the other 4 disciples who managed to pass the test along with the young warrior. The group of survivors consists of 1 girl and 3 boys, including the 2 who fought with the master. And finally we see the face of Seonwoo Kang, the talented disciple who uses demonic martial arts. The sect leader then explains that they will train with their disciples and then study on their own. The disciple hands a wooden spear to Seaman Cheok, who thanks the young warrior for her gesture. Then she offers the training weapons to the rest of the group, who watch her very attentively. The girl introduces herself as Seo, Hawaii, and says that she will be their training partner from that day on. The sect leader then asks everyone to introduce themselves and try to get along during the training. Soon after, one of the sect's disciples approaches the girl and introduces himself as Wong Pao with a smile. But Seaman Cheek cuts the conversation short and says they should skip the introductions and start fighting right away. He volunteers to fight alone and tells the rest of his group to just stand and watch the fight. The boy seems determined and thinks that despite past defeats, they won't lose to a nameless clan. Seo Hua then replies that they are not so weak as to lose to an unknown clan. With that, Seaman Cheok advances quickly and promises that he will end the fight as soon as possible. The young disciple, however, manages to block the boy's attack with her own wooden spear. The warrior then spins his weapon, creating a powerful circular motion, and shouts that the fight is not over yet. The 2 continue exchanging blows, and the clash of their wooden spears creates sparks in the training yard. He prepares one last, powerful downward strike, ready to finish the fight once and for all. With a determined look, the boy declares that this is the end of the fight and that he will emerge victorious. But to her surprise, the girl's spear glows with a blue energy, and she easily stops her attack. The system warns that its clear mirror still water ability has been activated, and the boy is startled by the energy. With a smile, the young disciple warns that the blow will hurt a little and that he must hold on tight. Then she unleashes a powerful blast of blue energy from her spear toward her opponent. The other disciples watch in shock at the girl's power, but with a smile, the girl challenges the rest of the group to attack her all at once. Unjin rushes forward shouting her name and attacks her with a powerful punch that the girl can barely defend against. He praises her blocking stance and says she must have trained a lot to withstand the blow. The young woman is a little embarrassed by the compliment and thanks the young man for his unexpected kindness. But he warns that she won't be able to block the next blow so easily and prepares a new attack. Suddenly Wong Paul jumps in front of her and blocks the monk's attack, surprising the young disciple. At that moment, a hand grabs Wang Paul's wrist, completely stopping his movement. It is San Wu Kang who smiles and says that from now on he will be the opponent of Monk Unjin. The monk's arm is gripped tightly, and he seems to feel pain from the pressure of his new opponent's grip. Kang admits that they are strong and warns that from now on his group will fight with full force. Then Murian's disciples advance together in a coordinated attack against the young Wong Pao. But to their surprise, the cult group manages to block all their attacks with great ease. Kang becomes frustrated, and his demonic energy emerges as he complains about losing to a nameless clan. From afar, the sect leader observes the entire fight with a serious and thoughtful expression on his face. Suddenly, young Seo Horn notices something and seems surprised by what is happening in the fight. Wong Pao then shouts and lunges forward with a powerful punch toward one of Murian's disciples. One of Murian's disciples, named Danri Yayan, is shocked to witness the boy's sudden attack. He uses his weapon to make a low attack and knock down the young warrior with a single blow. Then he continues his attack with a powerful swing of his weapon, ready to finish off his opponent. The blow lands squarely, after which the other disciple and Kang shout the name of their colleague, Kyo Hyuk. With almost the entire group defeated, The disciple informs the last opponent that she is the only one left. Wa says the fight already seems decided and asks the young warrior if she wishes to continue the combat. Murian's girl stares at her opponent with a shocked look and says that this is impossible. She looks at her defeated companions and remembers that they were a group of 5 warriors. From a distance, the protagonist observes the scene and comments that it seems things have finally calmed down a bit. Then he reveals with a smile that young Seo has only been learning martial arts for a month. All of Murian's disciples are completely shocked by the sect master's revelation. Soundwoo Kang wonders what kind of training she did to have so much inner energy at such a young age. The sect leader then explains that from now on they will research coordinated fighting techniques for 2 or more people. He goes on to say that this is especially important for them, as they have lost for 3 consecutive years. The sect leader teaches them that to achieve this, they need to believe in themselves and their companions. All the disciples thank him for the teaching, and the master concludes the first day of training by telling everyone to rest. But before leaving, the protagonist asks Soundwoo Kang to stay behind for a private conversation. The other disciples leave the training courtyard, commenting on each other's performance in the fight. The master and the young disciple are alone in the sect's courtyard under the blue sky and the bright sun. The system then activates soundproof mode so that their conversation cannot be heard by anyone. The cult leader praises the boy for his perception, and the demonic disciple is somewhat confused. With a smile, the protagonist says that they can continue the conversation they didn't finish before. Then he questions him about why the young master of the Blood Sword clan is serving as a cadet. More confident than I am, the master warns that if the guy doesn't give a good answer, something will happen. Then the protagonist threatens him, saying that he must prepare for the consequences of his actions. Floating with his energy, the master repeats the question about why a young master is there as a cadet. The young disciple panics and wonders what to do while considering the possibility of running away. But the cult leader unleashes an energy blast, demonstrating his power and leaving the boy with no way out. The master appears behind him and warns him that he has no option to escape that conversation. Then he demands an answer, and the demonic disciple shouts, asking why the master is there. The scene shifts to 5 years earlier, when a man questions the young man about breaking an opponent's arm. The master of the Blood Sword clan orders the boy to stand up while he remains kneeling on the ground. Angrily, the man shouts, asking why he didn't finish off the enemy or at least incapacitate him. He reminds him of his position and that a leader should be feared, and questions how long he will disappoint him. To prove his loyalty, the master then orders the young man to take the life of his own older sister. The man explains that his sister is at war, and that he must infiltrate the alliance to carry out the order. He shouts that the boy's pathetic sentimentality could cost the lives of thousands of the clan's disciples. The master says that he will also order his sister to kill him and forbids him from fleeing or taking his own life. He declares that one day the boy must kill him and his sister to inherit the clan, and threatens him if he refuses the order. With no other choice and a sword at his neck, the young disciple finally agrees to obey the order. He then declares with a hatred in his eyes that he will join the alliance as a spy to carry out the terrible mission. But in his thoughts he plans only to buy time to escape from his master's sight. Back in the present, the young disciple shouts that he needs to escape and charges forward with his demonic energy. But the protagonist hits him squarely with his blue energy, and the boy screams in pain from the impact. The sect leader comments that he has decided on a frontal attack, and that he lacks the skill to assess his opponent. With that, he challenges the young man to show more of his true abilities, and the boy asks what he plans. The sect leader reminds him that he is there to train, that the fight will be easier if he uses his full power. Then the protagonist challenges him to prove his worth, and the two exchange powerful blows in the sect's courtyard. The young disciple realizes that the master is on a completely different level than the one in the entrance exam. He understands that one wrong move could cost him his life, and prepares to fight with everything he has. Using his demonic energy, the boy unleashes a powerful sword attack against the cult leader. The two clash in a duel of blades and energies, and the young disciple seems to be at his breaking point. The protagonist praises the demonic technique, but says that the boy is not suited for the arts of the dark path. Surrounded by red energy, the young warrior asks what the master means by that. The cult leader explains that he is not suited for the sword of slaughter, which demands cutting everything down to win. He remembers the words of his former master, who shouted that this was the black man's way. Irritated, the boy asks what the master knows about this, and the sect leader points to the hesitation in his sword. The protagonist attacks him and says that he lacks the true intention to take his opponent's life. The young disciple shouts angrily, asking what he knows to speak to him like that about his life. The master then strikes him in the face and says that the boy's sword speaks for itself. The young warrior falls to the ground defeated, and the sect leader stares at him with a serious and questioning look. Then the protagonist asks what the true purpose is that he seeks with all that power. The young disciple shouts that in the end it all comes down to taking lives, and that the purpose doesn't matter. Then the sect leader questions him about why he is holding a sword in his hands. The boy hesitates for a moment, but quickly regains his composure, ready to answer the question. With his demonic energy flowing through him, he declares that the reason he fights is to protect something. In a final effort, the young warrior unleashes all his power and attacks the protagonist with full force. The clash of energies creates a huge explosion in the sect's courtyard, and the two are thrown far away. The demonic disciple stands, but appears exhausted and wounded after the final confrontation with his master. Fallen to his knees, he reveals that the reason he fights is for himself, because he needs to become stronger. He remembers his father, an honorable man who wasn't a great martial artist, but knew how to keep his word. His father was a warrior who fought alone, even when everyone else fled the battlefield. The boy remembers seeing his father defeated in combat, and this deeply affected him. He thinks his father's departure was unfair, and that if he acts recklessly, he will suffer the same fate. That is why he believes he needs to become stronger and endure everything no matter what happens to him. But he realizes that his obsession with power has led him to become the young master of the Blood Sword clan. Back in the present, the cult leader looks at him and asks if he regrets the past he lived through. With a tired look, the young disciple replies that he doesn't know whether or not he regrets his choices. He explains that he only wanted to protect his father's honor and prove that he was not a weak coward. The boy wanted to show everyone that his father was the bravest warrior of all, just like a good son. With tears in his eyes, he shouts that he is fighting to prove he is his father's heir and carries on his legacy. But now he admits that he feels lost and no longer knows which path he should follow in his life. The young disciple surrenders and asks the master to kill him, but begs him to spare his colleagues. The protagonist crouches down in front of him and says, with a serious look, that he understands the boy's situation. Then he says that the young man is fighting to protect, and the demonic disciple is confused by the statement. Suddenly, the master throws him forcefully against a slope, and the boy screams in pain from the impact. The young man writhes in pain on the floor, and the cult leader orders him to get up immediately. He says that the boy reminds him of a little boy lost and blinded by revenge, which confuses the disciple. The protagonist reveals that he also left the Bakri clan and joined the martial arts training hall in the past. He offers to help the young man improve his martial arts skills while the others hone their basics. The sect leader then reveals that he knows the boy is a direct disciple of a large family. He promises to dismantle the young man's entire foundation and martial arts skills in the next 15 days of training. The master warns him that the process may be painful and asks if he trusts and is able to follow his leadership. With a confident smile, the protagonist says not to worry, as this is his role as a teacher. Far away in the sanctuary of the Murim Covenant, someone comments on the talent of the boys from Muzhong, Guan, Another man confirms that they have high scores and that the masters are already keeping an eye on them. The oldest man, named Yahello, reveals that the leader of the Sado Alliance proposed a wager in the tournament. He explains that if the training hall wins, the Alliance will have to grant him a small favor. Yahello continues, saying that it's an offer they can't refuse because they need time to regroup. With a determined look, the old master declares that he will raise the stakes because he cannot afford to lose. He then appoints as the new tournament instructor a senior who graduated from the martial arts hall 10 years ago. The chosen one is Chiangriu, the current #1 prodigy of Wudong, who smiles at the news. At night, a female disciple complains that she is very tired after a full day of intense training. She keeps complaining that fighting 2 against 5 every day is too much even for them. Suddenly, the protagonist appears and asks if they are already tired, which surprises the girl. He then announces that when the training is over, they will attend the Murim Alliance tournament. The sect leader makes a proposal. If they win 8 out of 15 fights, he will give them a prize. The reward will be an exclusive weapon custom, made for each of them, which excites the disciples. Young Seo Hoa is overjoyed with the news and can't wait to get her own weapon. The other disciples also celebrate the chance to win a prize and promise to do their best. During training, one of Miriam's disciples is surprised by Seo Ha's skill and questions her. The others also comment that she seems more energetic, and she says that now they have extra motivation. One of the boys then asks if the master only treats well the people he likes in the clan. Young Wang Pao laughs at the question, while San Wu Kang watches from afar, tied up and punished by his master. The protagonist calls him a fool and questions whether the order to do nothing was so difficult to follow. The boy wonders what the master means by doing nothing, while the leader attaches a talisman to him. The young man screams in pain from the shock of the talisman, which the master explains is used to trap heretics. The cult leader says the talisman will trap him if he tries to move and challenges him to free himself without using his body. Suddenly, Wang Pao confronts the master and asks if it's true that he's giving Kang special treatment. The protagonist tells him to continue training and says to show how much they have improved with motivation. He turns to his disciple and asks him to observe his companions closely and reflect. We see Murian's disciples training with those of the sect, and they seem to be in complete harmony. During the fight, a disciple thinks that his opponent is not giving him enough space to position himself and attack. Seaman Chek then uses his own body to attack, since the spear's reach was the problem. The tied-up young man is shocked to see his colleague use physical attack techniques and wonders when he learned them. He questions the movement Seo Hua made and whether it was a mistake on her part during training. The master then asks if he can see the growth of his companions, who have improved very quickly. He provokes him by saying that the boy should be afraid of falling behind when he sees the progress of others. The system reports that Seaman Chiok entered a state of spear and body as one during combat. The young man then attacks with a new technique, using his body like a spear to overcome his opponent. Desperate, the bound disciple begs to be released, for he cannot be the only one left behind. The master says that if he moves, he will never be like his colleague, because he is only imitating his former master. The cult leader shouts that he can't break his habits using only the techniques he's learned and questions him. The boy then realizes that if he cannot fix the habits of the body, he needs to fix those of the energy. The protagonist confirms this and says that while his colleagues are searching for new ways, he needs to go further and change his energy. He explains that a martial artist uses at most 70 of the 365 acupuncture points. Determined, the young disciple decides to find new acupuncture points and channel his energy into them. The system warns that your internal energy has mixed with impure energy and is flowing backward in your body. The master warns him not to rush, for if the mutant energy engulfs him, he will lose his danshin. The other disciples are startled by the extreme training and wonder what is going on there. San Wu Kang screams in pain as red energy emanates from his body, and his teammates become worried. Tied up, he thinks he can't give up now or go back to his horrible past. He focuses on emptying his acupuncture points and purifying impure energy to expel it from his body. The system alerts San Wukang that he has initiated the minor celestial circulation, and he screams with the effort. The young disciple finally collapses to the ground, exhausted and coughing after the intense purification training. The sect leader approaches him and asks if he is all right after the whole painful process. The boy faints, and the protagonist gently holds him to prevent him from collapsing to the ground. He then says that the young man has finally emptied himself of the martial arts of the Blood Sword clan. With a smile, the master congratulates him for becoming a blank slate, ready for a new beginning. The disciple says that if he is now a blank slate, he also needs to practice so as not to fall behind. The sect leader agrees and encourages him to fill in this blank with his own sword path. All the disciples train together and seem to be having fun and getting along very well in the sect. Far away in the forest, a man finds a victim hanging from a tree, the body completely dry. A young female warrior tells the boy to shut up and observes the scene with a serious and worried expression. The man notices the wound on the neck and the way the victim was hung and concludes that it is the person they were looking for. The girl crouches down and realizes that they've lost the creature's trail once again during the chase. The boy comments that there is no pattern among the victims and that it seems the creature only likes blood. He suggests that the cause of all this may be a monster with an uncontrollable thirst for blood. The man continues his analysis and says that the damage is small for such a large monster, but the lack of tracks indicates intelligence. The young warrior stands up and says that they cannot allow any more victims and that they will continue the pursuit. The boy agrees with her decision and says that they must do what their superior orders without questioning. He then thinks for a moment and suggests that perhaps they should take out life insurance. We see a notice that says to contact the leader of the Celestial Sword clan in case of absence for more than a month. The protagonist reads the warning and senses that it will become a major inconvenience for him in the future. He meets with his disciples and congratulates them on their hard work during the last 2 weeks of training. The master says that Siowa and Wang Paul have achieved 8 victories and that they will receive their promised weapons. He encourages them to be proud of themselves and says he expects them to do well in the second training session. The disciples look at the master expectantly as he prepares to announce the next phase of the training. With a wicked grin, the protagonist declares that the second training session will be for them to face each other. Elsewhere, a man is reading a report about missing persons cases in the Hunan region. He explains that the victims are found with their arteries severed and the blood completely drained from their bodies. The protagonist listens to the report and comments that it seems to be the work of a serial killer or a demon. The man goes on to say that the Murim Alliance sent Namgung Wu and the Taoist Chung Ha to investigate. The sect leader is relieved to hear the names and says there's nothing to worry about if it's them. He explains that the combination of the two is excellent and that they are a very strong and skilled duo. Suddenly, a dark memory of a purple demon with glowing red eyes flashes into the protagonist's mind. He thinks of the word demon and admits that it brings back terrible memories of his dark past. The man asks when he's going to tell the martial arts school, and the protagonist is surprised by something. Suddenly, a fight breaks out, and the monk Unjin is thrown forcefully against a table, breaking everything. The man shouts, asking where he thinks he's going, and the monk replies that he's not running away from anyone. The monk and another disciple begin to argue, and the protagonist merely observes. The disciple reveals that Chung Ryu, the Taiji warrior, is involved and that he is teaching at the martial arts school. The protagonist thinks Chung Ryu is a genius, and that people like that are not usually good at teaching. A man apologizes for his disciple's lack of talent, but the sect leader reassures him. With a confident smile, he reveals that during his years at the martial arts school, he never lost to Chung Ryu. The disciples are surprised, and the monk asks about the master's past. who says he was called the Dragon of the White Sword. Upon hearing the name, the monk is shocked and asks if the master is the former leader of the Celestial Squadron. The boy gets excited and declares that from that moment on, he will follow the sect leader without question. The master says that they did well in the last month, and that they followed his teachings better than expected. But the disciples shout that they can still train more, and the master tells them to shut up and listen. One of the boys comments that no matter how intense the training is, they recover quickly and feel good. The protagonist then explains that they received enhanced recovery because they were temporarily in his cult. He goes on to say that rest is necessary and that mental fatigue is just as important as physical fatigue. The master declares that this is their day of rest and encourages them to visit Daunting Lake to gain experience. He warns them that if they cause trouble out there, they will come crawling back to the Murim Alliance. The disciples assure them that they will remember the warning and leave excitedly for their well-deserved day off. The group arrives at Daunting Lake, and one of them laments that Siowa and Wang Pao couldn't go with them. Excited, they decide to go eat the local specialty, the House of the Falling Flower, and rush to the restaurant. But when they arrive, an employee apologizes and says that there are no more seats available for them. He explains that the first 2 floors are full, and the third is reserved for the greatest martial artists. One of the young men starts complaining about the price, but is stopped by his colleagues before causing a scene. Suddenly, a woman wearing a straw hat approaches and offers to pay. She says she only has one condition and asks them to tell her everything about Bakley Woon. The woman removes her hat, revealing her face, and asks if they accept her proposal. The disciples are surprised and wonder who that mysterious blue-eyed woman is. Elsewhere, a man tells Gawol that he has found her target and that he is an interesting man. He remembers the strong impression the protagonist made at the opening of the Righteous Heavens sect. The woman says she also wanted to make a good impression and planned to open a store to gain a reputation. She explains that since the master of the Yellow Dragon Hall mentioned him, she didn't send him a letter, but to her surprise, she never heard from him and wondered how that was possible. Back at the restaurant, she eats with the disciples, and one of them comments that he thought she was a spy. The woman laughs and says she's used to being misunderstood, which embarrasses the young man. She then asks if the sect leader said anything about her, and the disciple says he probably forgot. The young woman is shocked by the response, and the others try to fix the situation by saying that the teacher is busy. She mentions the bet with the Unorthodox Alliance, and the guy asks what kind of bet that is. The woman realizes they know nothing and decides to tell them everything about the situation. She reveals that the 2 alliances are competing, and that the unorthodox one has bet on the Miriam Martial Arts School. The disciples are shocked by the news, and the monk says that the leader of the other covenant won't even be able to attend. The young woman explains that if they lose, they will suspend all attacks and expansions for an entire year. She goes on to say that if they win, the Murim Alliance will have to do a small favor for their leader. The woman concludes that now the entire Murim Alliance expects them to lose, and that they are pawns in the bet. One of the disciples becomes indignant and says that he cannot accept this, and that he will demand an explanation. The boy says that he and San Wuging have nothing to lose, but the others need to be careful with their sects. He goes on to say that even if they lose their honor, it will not disappear, and the alliance will compensate them. The young warrior confirms his position and faces his colleague with a serious and determined look, but the girl gets angry and yells, asking if he has a desire to end his life right there. The fight begins, and the demonic disciple rises from the table with a furious and determined look. He wonders what the cult leader was thinking when he put them in that difficult situation. Elsewhere, the protagonist talks to a man and says that the Murim Alliance will continue to pressure them. With a confident smile, he declares that now that they have come to him, they are his people, and he will protect them. The man becomes frightened and says that going against the Murim Alliance seems like a terrible idea to them. The sect leader reassures him and tells him to ask permission from whoever is behind him if he is afraid. Suddenly, a man runs up to them and warns that martial artists from both alliances are gathering. The man despairs and asks if a war is about to begin, but the messenger denies it and says that demons have appeared. The protagonist is shocked by the news, and the man reveals that a procession of 100 demons is heading towards the lake. In the dark forest, a terrifying sound echoes, and a mysterious creature prepares to attack its victims. A demon with glowing red eyes attacks a man and bites him fiercely, ready to devour him. The scene shifts to a spooky, dark forest wrapped in a purple haze, while the narrator breaks down what the demon realm is all about. Basically, this realm pops up when a demon squats in a territory, evolves into a greater demon, and honestly, it's chill unless you're dumb enough to walk in there. The snag is, other demons are attracted to this energy like moths to a flame, especially in crowded places. It's a messed up event called the 100 Demons Pandemonium. Back to the MC, the messenger drops the news that 250 demons are heading to Lake Daunting. The MC figures there's a big boss, a greater demon, pulling the strings. The guy also adds that they lost contact with 2 masters a month ago who were out looking for missing people in the area. Woon looks shocked as he recognizes them. The messenger mentions they left a flare to warn the leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Hearing that, he decides to ditch the Young plan and head straight to Baeksang. He jumps off the roof, parkour style, to start his trip. He figures the major sects are already teaming up, so there's no point in him going there. He just wonders if his students are stuck at the lake. He knows the boys don't need to answer the call since they're VIP protection targets, so the Murim Alliance will ship them back home safe and sound. But priority one, he needs to take out the greater demon before it absorbs all that demonic juice. He continues roof hopping across town. Suddenly, a giant demonic shadow pops up, telling him he has an interesting fate and looks truly delicious. Creepy much? The MC locks in with determination because he knows if he fumbles this, the whole area turns into literal hell on earth. We get a shot of the city at night with that ominous purple demon energy hanging in the sky. Bad vibes are incoming. Back at the diner, the monk disciple is ticked off. He wants to ask the leader how they feel about the alliance using them as pawns. The disciples pack up in a hurry, with the monk leading the charge, looking ready to give someone a piece of his mind. Suddenly, a figure appears in a flash of blue energy right in front of them. They're like, "Who is this dude?" The man introduces himself as Guang Yin, the boss of the Mirim Alliance's Yuyang branch. He quickly tells the disciples that 100 demons pandemonium is heading straight for them. The chief sternly orders them to get back to the training camp ASAP, because this place is about to become a war zone. One female disciple asks if he's telling them to run away, but he claims it's a strategic retreat, since they are high-value protection targets. Guang Yin yells that they don't need brats getting in the way, and he's not hearing any objections, because he's the boss. The disciple reluctantly agrees, but San Wu Gang thinks it's weird that the chief looks so panicked. The branch chief then tells them to get moving, because break time is over, and he scrams in a hurry. Confused, the disciples wonder what's up with this sudden pandemonium. One of them thinks the chief played them. He questions why the chief would send them back to training, knowing the city would become a battlefield. Conclusion, he knows the defense is gonna collapse. The monk says the major sects are coming, but San Wu Gang asks the million-dollar question. What if they can't make it? That's why he assumed the city would fall and sent them, the VIPs, back to training to save their skins. Seaman Cheek says it's just speculation and they should follow orders, but another disciple gives him the side eye. San Wu Gang then drops the truth bomb. If they bail now, everyone in this city is gonna meet their maker. He reminds everyone that the master said they are temporary members of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Would a real disciple leave people behind? The answer is a chaotic, heck no, with a shot of the master and his students ready to throw hands. One of the girls agrees, saying they are also pillars of the righteous path and can't just run away. Seaman caves and says fighting while retreating seems acceptable, making his buddy cheer. San Wu Gang takes charge, handing out tasks to get the squad ready for the incoming brawl. With a new purpose, the group of disciples rolls out united, declaring that from this moment on, it's demon hunting season. The blonde woman watching from afar is bummed that they forgot about her too, so she leaves. Meanwhile, the MC enters the spooky forest, remembering the first thing he taught them was how to survive and run. He's worried about his friends running out of supplies. He feels the corruption here has spiked and knows he needs to act fast. Suddenly, a weird sound echoes behind him, and he spins around to check it out. A demon with red eyes spots him. It complains about humans but admits that thanks to them, it leveled up to a greater demon. The demon is annoyed, wondering what trick the humans used to hide inside his domain. It stomps on the ground, grumpy, looking for the group of puny humans to snack on. The creature loses its cool and lets out a terrifying scream, demanding they come out already. Hiding behind a tree, the female disciple watches tensely, realizing this thing is actually enjoying the hunt. She reluctantly admits the master was right. They should have taken this thing out before it fully awakened. The girl scolds her fallen teammate, asking why he wasted time showing off instead of fighting for real. But she steps in front of her friend, warning the monster to back off, because she's still got enough juice to take it down if needed. As the beast advances menacingly, she regrets missing her chance to win before things went sideways. Suddenly, a blue energy flash cuts through the air at high speed, interrupting the creature's attack. The demon is totally caught off guard and backs up, not knowing where that cheap shot came from. A mystery figure appears in the flash and lands a precise hit right on the monster's chest. The impact makes the giant creature stumble back, while the newcomer checks if everyone is okay. The fallen disciple screams desperately, warning the savior to watch out, because the danger isn't over. The demon recovers fast and launches a ferocious claw attack, trying to swap the intruder out of the air. The devastating hit smashes into the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and debris where the warrior was standing. The beast lets out a savage roar of fury, thinking it just deleted the threat that dared to challenge it. But the MC walks out of the dust completely unharmed with his sword, smiling and saying the creature saved him the trouble of finding it. The disciple's eyes go wide with hope, as she immediately recognizes her Grand Master standing there. He turns his back with maximum swagger and corrects the brats, telling them to address him as the Heavenly Sword Sect leader. She complains about him being late, but Woon says he was busy cleaning up the mess they made. The demon roars in pain and frustration, its red eyes glowing bright after taking that heavy hit. The MC thinks the situation is weird. Even for a greater demon, it shouldn't be tough enough to take them both on. The creature doesn't quit and charges again, with uncontrollable rage, ready to attack its opponent. Woon just watches the desperate charge, calling the monster a fool for trying something so useless. The demon opens its jaws full of sharp teeth, getting ready to chomp its enemy with a direct attack. Suddenly, a mysterious voice comes out of nowhere, saying it's going to give the creature a little hand. Purple symbols of dark energy start popping up from the ground, surrounding the battlefield with a spooky aura. A massive explosion of purple energy hits the spot with devastating force, pushing everything back. The sect leader turns around, surprised, sensing that familiar and dangerous energy popping up behind him. He charges his sword with blue lightning and yells defiantly for the new enemy to show themselves. A female voice echoes in the darkness, calmly saying it's been a long time since they last saw each other. She emphasizes that it's been a really long time as the dark energy intensifies around them. An elegant woman wearing dark clothes and surrounded by a purple aura floats in front of him, revealing herself. She smiles creepily and, with a piercing look, asks if the boy forgot about her after all these years. Meanwhile, the disciple looks around confused and shocked by the destruction, asking what just happened. He breathes heavily, trying to understand the chaos, while painful memories start flooding back. Bodies of defeated allies are scattered on the ground, and he sees a girl with her back turned, holding a sword. The guy asks, desperate and in disbelief, how she could do that to her own teammates. The girl falls into a red abyss, apologizing while tears stream down her sad face. She says she can't control her own body while a darkness as kunin cungar. The demon lady watches the scene with a sharp look, commenting that she didn't expect to see camaraderie in someone like him. The giant skeleton demon roars furiously as the shadow energy fades, revealing the force of the previous impact. The MC calmly explains that he sent that noisy creature flying because it was interrupting their chat. She's impressed by his strength and notes that he also doesn't seem interested in killing insignificant creatures. Woon smiles with confidence, saying that might be true, but he still has unfinished business with the monster. The sect leader declares that after dealing with her, he's going to hunt the creature down immediately and end it. The woman gets surrounded by a black aura and mocks him, asking if he really believes he can beat her in a fight. Blue and purple energies clash violently on the battlefield as the two powerful opponents get ready. The swordsman comments that 10 years have passed, enough time for mountains and rivers to change in the human world. With a fierce look and electricity flowing, he swears to ensure she never finds her way back to this world again. The scene cuts to another location where a giant bird monster gets decapitated in an instant by a speedy attack. The disciples are fighting giant bugs, and one of them thinks the battle seems easier than expected. Another warrior responds while striking, saying thankfully there aren't any strong demons nearby, which makes the fight a breeze. But Sanwoo Gang yells not to relax yet and orders the group to leave the area immediately so they don't take risks. He asks his teammates if they already forgot what they've been doing for the last 2 weeks of training. The disciple tied to the rock says he didn't do anything, but he gets ignored by the colleague talking about the next step. We see the determined face of the group leader, realizing how much everyone there has drastically improved in such a short time. He reflects that even now he's holding back his blood sect arts so he doesn't lose control, but he feels impatient. While watching his companions fight bravely, he admits to himself that he also wants to become stronger. Sanwoo Gang then takes command and asks them to focus only on the enemies ahead. The horned demon woman looks on with interest, commenting that he saved her the trouble of looking for him. Meanwhile, the skeleton monster recovers from the hit and roars furiously with its glowing red eyes. The MC smiles and warns that he sent that noisy creature away so they could talk. She finds it impressive and says she didn't expect to see such a sense of camaraderie coming from someone like him. Woon admits that might be true, but points out his main issue right now is with the creature in front of him. The swordsman guarantees that as soon as he's done with her, he'll hunt and take out the other monster immediately. The woman mocks his confidence, questioning if he really believes he's capable of beating her. Blue lightning and a black aura collide as the two raise their power levels for the imminent showdown. The sect leader comments that 10 years have passed, which is enough time to change mountains and rivers. With a fierce look, he swears to ensure she never finds the path to this world ever again. The scene shifts to the forest where a giant bird demon charges, screaming at the disciples. But one of the young warriors intercepts it in mid-air and slices the beast's head off with a clean sword strike. Another disciple fights a centipede and finds it weirdly easy, asking why it seems simpler than expected. The colleague next to him agrees, noting that luckily there aren't any super strong demons in that area. However, Sanwoo Gang yells not to relax yet and orders the group to get out of that zone immediately. The guy tied to his buddy's back asks indignantly why they are still there then. The leader explains their role is just to block the monster's advance until the main reinforcements arrive. He reinforces the order, shouting for no one to try and be a hero or do more than they can handle. Suddenly, the branch chief gets hit by something invisible and drops to the ground, surprising everyone. Sanwoo Gang looks at the new threat that just appeared and screams for everyone to run now. A terrifying demon appears before them, and the narration warns that this creature is way out of their league. But Sanwoo Gang steps up with determination, shouting that they came to help and ordering everyone to get down immediately. With fast and precise movements, the disciples cut through the smaller enemies, clearing a path with energy strikes. Looking at the danger above, the group leader firmly insists they can't just run away and abandon the battle. Suddenly, he notices a threat coming from above and screams desperately for his teammate Sealman, Cheek, to watch out. A gigantic claw descends from the shadows, focusing on him, and the young warrior barely has time to react to that absurd speed. Fear paralyzes his body for a second, and he wonders, sweating cold, if this is really his tragic end. Then, he denies that cruel fate and firms up his stance with his sword, deciding to block the attack no matter the cost. Jumping with furious determination, the disciple swears he won't let anyone die and unleashes all his hidden power. With no choice, he activates the Asura Blood Sea Sword art, unleashing his ultimate technique in a moment of pure desperation. The attack hits the monster squarely, and the creature lets out a roar of agony as it gets violently knocked back by the force of the blow. Panting after the impact, he hears his teammates shouting his name, completely shocked by what they just witnessed. Sanwoo Gang hangs his head in despair, thinking he failed in the end by using the forbidden technique of his old sect. However, one of the disciples points at his weapon and stammers in surprise, drawing everyone's attention to something strange. The colleague next to him widens his eyes, visibly confused, not understanding what's happening right in front of him. They question why the energy is golden, since the demonic technique is supposed to give off a red blood aura. The boy looks at his own sword and is amazed to see it glowing with a golden light. Remembering the promise that he would find his own path, he smiles and calls out for his sect leader. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a fox woman facing a demon, saying his energy feels pure. At this, the red-eyed monster replies that he could devour her to become stronger. Then, the woman attacks a smaller creature, saying it will serve as her meal. We then see someone watching, wishing they had the same power to instill fear in others. Soon, a scream of pain echoes, and we see the face of a young man in great suffering. He is tied to a tree while a wolf demon threatens him, and the boy pleads for his life. At that moment, the young man faces the creature and tries to say something but ends up stuttering. The monster gets annoyed, so the young man finally manages to say that he is very scared. A red energy starts to emanate from him as the boy thinks he needs to become stronger. With that, a new creature emerges, stating that from now on, he is also a predator. The transformed demon screams with hatred that all humans must fear him. Back in the present, Sanwoo Gang comes face to face with this same monster and is surprised. The creature yells not to be underestimated and charges forward, while a teammate calls for focus. Sanwoo Gang then narrowly dodges a powerful attack from the enemy's claws. The demon ends up losing its balance after missing its strike, becoming vulnerable for a moment. At this, one of the group's companions shows a confident smile, preparing to act. Another disciple with spiky hair charges forward, yelling that it's now his turn to fight. The creature turns, surprised by the young warrior's sudden counter-attack. With no time to react, the monster is hit squarely by the young man's blow. He then shouts for his partners and thanks someone named Oh Ryong for the help. Right after, a monk disciple lands a devastating punch on the demon's body. The warrior with the ponytail thanks Dan Ryan and readies his spear for an attack. Suddenly, more reinforcements arrive, introducing themselves as the Mirion Martial School. Watching the fight, a disciple notices that the monster's energy is different from the others. The Yuyang branch leader stands up and warns them to be careful of the creature's claws. One of the girls in the group says to leave the rear guard to her and charges in. The monster then gathers a large sphere of dark energy in its hands, but the young warrior manages to deflect the attack with her weapon without much difficulty. With the force of the impact, the creature is thrown back violently. The girl then flashes a victorious smile after successfully defending against the blow. One of the young men says that now it's time to attack, as they were only defending. He charges at the monster and unleashes a sequence of swift attacks. The creature thinks to itself that it needs to devour to become even stronger. At that moment, one of the disciples appears behind the demon with his spear in hand. The monster ignores the warriors and turns to attack the smaller demons that were there. He begins to devour the other creatures, and the disciples wonder if he's gone mad. The group leader yells to take him down, as the fear of the other demons makes him stronger. We see the monster's hand covered in the purple energy of the creature it devoured. With his eyes glowing red, he once again reaffirms himself as a predator. The monk disciple watches the scene with concern and says the creature has lost control. One of the youths realizes that the creature feeds not only on demons, but also on human fear. At this, one of the warriors panics and desperately screams for everyone to run away. However, the spiky-haired group leader takes command and orders them to follow his lead. He then explains that the plan is to advance slowly and not give the enemy any room. The branch chief uses a dangerous technique and says they need to end the fight quickly. With the monster distracted, one of the companions shouts for the warrior's Simon cheat. With his golden sword, the young man thanks everyone and says he'll end it all at once. He then uses his secret sword art and launches a powerful lightning strike. But the attack is so strong that the boy is surprised to see his own weapon couldn't handle it. Suddenly, the demon appears in front of him, staring with its bright red eyes. With no chance to react, the young man is grabbed by the creature, which lets out a terrifying scream. While being held, the young man thinks that he won, and that he finally managed to survive. One of his friends screams his name in despair, as a voice says he did well. At that moment, a giant sword of blue energy descends from the heavens and strikes the monster head on. One of the disciples, fallen on the ground, looks at the scene in shock and wonders what that was. Soon, we see someone's foot landing gently on the ground after the devastating attack. The sect leader appears, and the young man asks in surprise what they are doing there. Far away, the demon woman says he has gotten stronger and that her plan has hit a snag. She stands in front of a dark temple and comments that his potential is blossoming. Back on the battlefield, the sect leader gives the order for his troops to advance. A squad of masked warriors appears and attacks the remaining demons without mercy. The leader joins the fight, and the narration says the dark night has finally appeared. Someone watches from a distance and thinks that the plan will need to be moved up with this arrival. The scene changes, and someone questions if it was only 5 people who stopped the demon parade. 2 men are talking, and one suggests spreading a rumor that the disciples didn't help at all. Leader Guang Yaon says that a lie can't be sustained for long and will soon be revealed. His advisor rushes in and says they can't let the boys become heroes. He says it's all for the greater good and questions if the leader will refuse orders from above. The man turns to leave, but the advisor calls him by name again. Guang Yaon then sends a message, saying that those young people were true martial artists. Elsewhere, one of the disciples brags about defeating at least 22 demons. The group is eating, and everyone is discussing how many monsters each of them defeated in the battle. A colleague apologizes for the noise, but the other says it's normal after a fight. Then he asks if they heard that the Alliance was rooting for them to lose. One of the young men is shocked by the revelation, and his expression changes completely. The other companions at the table are also surprised and don't understand the situation. The senior confirms they heard correctly and asks what they plan to do now. The leader explains that if they had lost, the unorthodox Alliance wouldn't invade them for a year. The senior says that if the Alliance had any respect, it would have asked for their help sooner. He then reveals the reason this didn't happen, stating that it's because they are weak. The senior throws it in their faces that in 4 years, they've never beaten the Mujong school a single time. With that, he says this is their reality and the view the Mirim Alliance has of them now. Looking to the side, the senior then asks once more what they really want. Everyone at the table stands up and shouts in unison that their desire is to win at all costs. With a slight smile on his face, the more experienced man says it's all right and that they can go ahead. He then encourages them to defeat the Mujong school and prove that the big shots in the Alliance are blind. The senior asks if anyone has any objections, and they all shout that they have none. Satisfied, he announces that the branch leader will pay the bill, and everyone cheers excitedly. Elsewhere, The branch leader Guang Yan senses a sinister energy and wonders what it is. The sect leader smiles and tells them to enjoy it, because a harsh trial awaits them tomorrow. A system window appears, saying the sect's fame has increased and that it will evolve. Suddenly, a loud and boisterous laugh echoes through the city skies. The system's screen now asks him to choose a new direction for his sect. The first option is expansion, which focuses on having many disciples and spreading fame quickly. The second is single succession, which concentrates on a few disciples to inherit the arts. The scene then shifts to a city at night, with several lanterns illuminating the area. The sect leader is deep in thought, looking at the screen, when someone announces the food has arrived. He then says to eat before it gets cold, and we see they are at an inn near the Alliance. The young Siowa calls out to the sect leader with a curious expression on her face. She asks if the Mujang disciples are really that good since everyone considers their victory a sure thing. The leader then asks how the fights work, and she says they are one-on-one duels. He smiles and explains that the tournament is different because it shapes the future pillars of Murim. He says the goal is to cultivate talents with real combat experience. The inter-school tournament is divided into 3 events in total to test the participants. The first is the gate breach, and the second event is the individual fights. The third is the group combat, and whoever wins 2 out of 3 events is the champion. And the Murion school hasn't won a single event in 4 years, leaving the girl shocked. One of the seniors says that Mujang's chance of winning is high and asks for Woon's opinion. Suddenly, a man named Pain Juk appears, surprised to be remembered after 7 years. Woon pretends not to know him and asks who he is, which angers the man. He finally says he remembers, and a disciple is surprised to see the young lord of the Pain clan. The young man tries to greet him, but Pain grabs him tightly, and he can barely move. Peng says Mujang will win no matter what, so it's not even worth watching the tournament. He brags about the golden generation, but Woon looks bored and says they seem beatable. Woon then asks if his generation ever beat Mirion, and the answer is no. Peng becomes furious at the taunt, and Woon suggests a small wager between them. The sect leader looks at him with a challenging gaze and asks if he's scared. Angered by the provocation, the lord of the Pain clan slams his hand on the table. He accepts the bet, and Woon shows a treatment token from the divine healer. Peng is shocked by the item, and in return, Woon asks for an ore known as cold iron. Lord Peng says he can't bet something so valuable on his own, but Woon provokes him again. With a confident smile, the sect leader asks if his rival is afraid of the bet. Pressured, the clan lord accepts and asks where the disciples he trusts so much are. Woon reveals that they are on their way, as they were in special training. The scene shifts to the disciples, who wonder if they need to leave for the tournament already. The leader explains that the task is simpler. They just need to reach the Murim Alliance safely. He then divides the group into 3, with San Wugong and Simon Chek forming the first. Woon Jin and Oh Ryong form the second group for the training mission. And Dan Ryan is shocked to find out that she will be the third group, all by herself. The deadline is 10 days, and everyone must gather at the Alliance 3 days before the tournament. Night falls over a mountainous landscape, with a crescent moon shining in the sky. 2 disciples are around a campfire, and one of them looks very worried. The young man admits he's worried because changing techniques doesn't sever his ties with his old sect. He falls silent for a moment and suddenly asks if his colleague heard something. A woman appears on the path, and they prepare to fight, asking who's there. She introduces herself as the captain of the Celestial Squadron, leaving the youths confused. With her sword in hand, the woman says she has come to request a training battle with them. She recognizes them and orders them to draw their swords to begin the combat. The young man is startled and asks why the captain wants to fight them personally. The warrior explains it's to repay a debt, as they saved 2 of her members. She charges forward quickly, and the young man is surprised by her speed. The captain warns that the other teams will also face members of her squadron. Dan Ryan comes across a giant man carrying a huge sword on his back. The youths finally understand what their leader meant by arriving safely. Even though they're surprised, they accept the challenge and say it will be an honor to fight the captain. The woman gives a confident smile and says the feeling is mutual for her. The scene shifts to the arrival of the Mujong disciples, who are greeted with many cheers. One of the disciples complains about the noise and says he would have preferred to arrive quietly. His colleague scolds him and tells him to put up with it, as people came to cheer for them. A third member says it's obvious they will win, and tells a girl named San not to talk to him. He hugs her and says that even if it's true, if she says it out loud, she'll get an earful. Suddenly, a man with white hair interrupts them and says they are misunderstanding things. He states that this time is different because Bakley Woon is on the other side. The girl named San is shocked to hear her former companion's name. The senior reminds her that Woon is her relative and that he trained the Murion disciples. He warns them not to let their guard down because Woon always finds a way to win. The man then says they are no longer the hunters and that now they will be the hunted. He finishes by saying they must become the tiger that devours the hunters. The girl keeps looking to the side and wonders if that wretch is really there. Far away, someone yawns peacefully on top of a moving carriage. He complains about the boredom and says he wishes bandits would appear to liven things up. Elsewhere, two leaders are discussing the tournament, and one of them doesn't seem to like the idea. The older man says he won't be foolish but questions if they should really accept the truce. The other leader, lying down relaxed, says the bet cannot be won by them. He explains that the alliance wouldn't pressure its disciples, but Murions would do anything to win. With a smile, the older man says he's not wrong and that he intends to have a truce. He then remembers a disciple who couldn't be accepted into his sect in the past. The leader says it's a waste and that the Murim alliance is so vast it can't see its own talents. He states that this will be a trivial request for the alliance and strange to refuse. With a cunning look, the leader says that a small doubt is enough to create a crack. In the Murion school director's office, someone wonders why there is no news yet. Director Hyoso and his vice director, Yonggun, eagerly await the disciples' arrival. An assistant enters and says they've arrived, but quickly corrects himself and stutters. He then reveals that the leader of the unorthodox alliance arrived before the disciples. The director is annoyed by the news, while the sect leader calmly sips his tea. He praises the tea's flavor, and someone calls him former Captain Bakley. The director asks when the disciples will arrive, and the leader assures him it will be soon. The man acknowledges Woon's talent, but abruptly cuts him off, telling him to listen to the end. He complains that they can't just create time, and asks about the opening ceremony. The sect leader calmly replies that the other alliance's leader doesn't care about the ceremony. The director insists that appearances matter, and his assistant warns that the delegation will arrive. Woon then asks them to leave Murion's seats empty and guarantees they will come. With a confident smile, the sect leader affirms that none of his disciples will be absent. The welcoming ceremony begins, and the leader of the unorthodox alliance looks bored. He and his companion consider it all a childish farce to pressure them. One of the Murim alliance leaders welcomes them and notices the divine strategist came in person. The first advisor, Aoyang Jok, invites them in and says a meal has been prepared. The gates open, and the unorthodox alliance delegation enters the ceremony grounds. The leader smiles and comments that the reception is beyond his expectations. The Sword Emperor Bakley Gang and Empress Cheon Saryong greet them. The unorthodox alliance leader is surprised to be received by two of the three swords. The Sword Emperor offers to guide him, and the rival leader subtly provokes him. The man laughs and says he certainly wasn't trying to provoke him with his words. He then points to the Mujong disciples and asks what his rival thinks of them. The Murim alliance leader praises them, saying they are called the Golden Generation, but the rival leader looks at them with disdain and says it's more disappointing than he expected. The Sword Emperor questions if the chances of victory have decreased, and he denies it. With a confident smile, the rival leader says they have arrived and points to the sky. Suddenly, the Murion disciples appear, jumping over the rooftops. They land in formation in the courtyard, right in front of the leaders of the two alliances. The rival leader comments that by underworld standards, the Mujang school is below average. Then, the Muryan disciples kneel and announce they have returned from their special training. With a smile, he thinks that this side has far exceeded his expectations. The scene shifts to the youths in the crowd, and one of them notices the main gate has been opened. It was the first time the gate had opened since the war, making it a very important event. Remembering the fight with the celestial captain, one of the young men says this is the only way in. At this, they realize they've been spotted in the crowd and decide it's time to act. With that, the whole group leaps over the rooftops to make a grand entrance. The disciples from the other school are shocked and wonder who those guys are. From an overhead angle, we see the warriors landing perfectly in the middle of the courtyard. Again, they introduce themselves and formally announce that they have returned from training. One of the young men thinks this saved him the trouble of looking for everyone, but something bothers him. He is then surprised to see the rival alliance leader and his own master there. The girl from the rival school watches the scene and wishes her former colleagues good luck. The other alliance's leader smiles and says that by his standards, the Muryan youths have passed. One of the elders comments that they prepared the flashy entrance because the rival liked them. With a challenging look, the rival leader turns to the newcomers and asks if they can win. He then reveals that he bet on the group and therefore deserves to hear what they think about the fight. Without hesitation, the disciples' group leader affirms with absolute certainty that they will win. The older man stares at him and asks if the boy understands the weight of his words. With a determined look, the young warrior confirms that he understands the situation perfectly. The leader then questions if they will win, even if the Muryan Alliance treats them poorly for it. The young man replies that there will be no unfair treatment for them to endure. He declares that the joy of victory will belong solely to the Muryan martial school. Watching from afar, one of the Mujang disciples wonders if they know what they just said. He realizes that now everyone who took victory for granted is doubting and sees them as opponents. At this, a Mujang senior scolds them for throwing away the chance for an easy victory. Meanwhile, Woon dismisses his disciples to rest, saying he needs to handle something. With a smile on his face, he thinks that maybe it's a good time to visit an old friend. The scene then cuts to a man with a giant sword who asks what brings him there. The white-haired man asks what Beckley Woon is doing there. The old friend says he's still good at annoying others and teases him about never winning. With a smile, Woon proposes that the tournament be a 5-on-5 match to not waste time. Someone arrives laughing and says it's true that 11 disciples ran away and now only 5 remain. At this, the Mujang instructor says a fight like that wouldn't be fair and offers it as a chance. With all the certainty in the world, the Muryan leader states that they will win anyway. He then throws it in his friend's face that he has no talent for teaching because he always lost to him. The white-haired man becomes furious at the taunt and refuses the match proposal. Calmly, Woon accepts the refusal, but his friend gets angry and he makes a new suggestion. The sect leader then proposes that for one day, they swap disciples and train the rival team. Not understanding, the instructor asks why he would do that, and Woon says Mujang's victory won't be his. He explains that since the fight has different starting points, no one would give him the credit. At this, the man wonders if his rival can really turn the tables just by observing his students for a day. Woon confirms it and taunts him once more, asking if he's afraid of losing the bet. Furious with the provocations, the instructor screams his rival's name and asks how far he'll go with this. The scene changes to a bathhouse, and we see hot, steamy water. The girl, San, is relaxing in the water with a pensive look on her face. In her thoughts, she remembers that her old companion didn't answer her questions. She then thinks that her plan to get answers was just moved up and that everything is fine. The young warrior vows she will defeat the Muryan disciples and then question her rival. With determination, she decides she won't meet him until the fight because she needs to concentrate. Back in the courtyard, Woon greets the Mujeong school disciples with a smile. He then introduces himself and says he will be in charge of their training for the day. One of the students, named Chung Jaeong, questions him and asks why they should train with him. Suddenly, their instructor appears, furious, and says this is a unique opportunity for them. Woon assures them he won't harm them and says that anyone who doesn't trust him can leave the training. Seeing that no one left, he calls the young man who questioned him to step forward. The sect leader announces that they will fight him one by one and that he will match their level. The young man then prepares himself and charges with all his might at his opponent. But Woon dodges all the blows with ease and hits him squarely with a counter-attack. With a pained expression, the young man thinks that his opponent said he would fight at the same level. Lying on the ground, he can't believe he couldn't even touch his rival and considers him the worst opponent. As the young man wonders if this is possible, Woon simply smiles and calls for the next one. A girl goes on the attack, and the sect leader seems interested in her fighting style. But just like the previous one, the young warrior is defeated without much difficulty by the master. He then calls the next one, and we see a bald disciple advancing for combat. Woon continues to defeat them one by one, giving the Mujeong school students no chance. With impressive speed, he takes down everyone who dares to challenge him. In the end, all the disciples are on the ground, while the man remains standing in the courtyard. He then smiles and asks if anyone else wants to fight, and the youths think he is very strong. The master thinks that everyone's fundamentals are good, but a certain Namgung Hyen stands out. At this, he says that if there's no one else, today's training is over. Suddenly, a voice shouts that it's not over yet, and a powerful attack is launched in his direction. A figure leaps into the arena and asks if she isn't allowed to fight too. With a smile, Woon recognizes the person and says it's been a long time since they last met. The girl, San, faces her old friend with her sword in hand, ready for combat. With a furious look, she tells him to draw his weapon if he doesn't want to get hurt. The scene shifts to the past, and we see the young girl saying she doesn't want to do something. A servant stops her from leaving and says she needs to focus on her noble studies. Little San lies on the floor and complains that if her mother were there, she would let her go. At that moment, young Woon appears and asks if the girl really wants to sneak out. With her eyes shining with hope, little San looks at her friend without saying a word. We see the two of them running and having fun through the city as he asks her to keep it a secret. He then promises to take her out whenever she wants, and the girl eagerly agrees. Lying in bed, little San happily thinks about where they will go next, but a frightened servant enters the room and says that something terrible has happened. She then reveals to the girl that the young Master Bakley Woon has simply disappeared. 12 years pass, and back in the present, the man says it's been a long time since they've seen each other. A young man approaches her and comments that he heard she also enrolled in the Mujeong school. The camera focuses on the young warrior's hands, which are covered in several bandages. She ignores him and tells him not to talk to her, as she is currently training. The young man thinks that she has changed a lot and has completely forgotten how to have fun. With eyes red with anger, the young woman wonders what changed him so much in recent years. Back in the present, one of her colleagues shouts her name as the warrior charges forward. The girl faces him with determination and orders him to draw his sword for the fight. Calmly, Woon says it's been a while and deflects her blow, using only his weapon's sheath. The force of the impact is enormous, but the sect leader continues to defend himself easily. She then launches a sequence of rapid attacks, all of which are blocked by him. Without giving up, the young warrior uses her special technique called White Flower Chaos. The blow is so powerful that it kicks up a large cloud of dust and destroys the entire floor. When the dust settles, Woon is unharmed and praises her progress, saying she has trained a lot. But he questions why she is using the art of the white fire flower, leaving her surprised. He explains that the art is based on strength and doesn't suit her, and the girl gets angry at the advice. Their swords finally clash, and he calls her name in the midst of combat. Furious, she reminds him of his promise to take her out whenever she wanted. The young woman then demands an apology and shouts, asking why he abandoned their clan. The man dodges the attack and replies that unfortunately, he cannot tell her the real reason. Unsurprised by the answer, she charges forward again, saying she expected as much. The battle between the two former friends continues with fast and very precise strikes. To defend himself, he pushes her away with a kick, sending her flying without much effort. She then realizes he is only on the defensive and wonders why he doesn't want to hurt her. At this, the young woman decides to take advantage of this weakness and uses a dark aura technique. The sect leader is surprised by the new technique and seems unable to believe what he is seeing. Forced by the situation, he finally draws his sword and cuts the energy creature. One of the students watches the scene in shock and comments that the instructor finally used his weapon. He thinks in surprise that her understanding of martial arts has reached the point of creating new techniques. With the effort of the combat, the girl ends up coughing up some blood and is left exhausted on the ground. The young woman then admits she can't beat him and that this will always be the case between them. But she states that he is the only one she can't beat and questions if Marian has anyone at her level. With that, she declares that the Muryayan school cannot win the tournament and faces him with a defiant look. She then swears she will ensure the rival school's defeat, and her colleagues support her. Woon watches her and thinks that she has grown a lot since they last saw each other. He remembers when she was a child and would ask him to watch her swordsmanship, but now they are enemies. With a smile, he turns to the other students and asks if they aren't going to train. One of the young men asks if it's over, but Woon says there's still time, and to find him if they have questions. One of the bald students raises his hand and asks why the master ran away from home 25 years ago. A colleague apologizes for the question, but the leader says it's fine and that it's normal to be curious. He remembers the young woman screams, demanding an apology, and thinks about it for a moment. In his thoughts, he says that if he told the truth, everything his mother protected would be in vain, and asks for forgiveness. Later, one of the disciples approaches and says he has a question for the temporary instructor. The young man asks about what he said before, and Woon replies that he has nothing to say to a stranger. He then explains that Muryan's chances are low because his team is very strong, and he has a request. With a serious look, the young man asks the instructor to defeat the Mujang martial school. He explains that the girl has changed a lot since childhood, and that he now finally understands why. The young man says he now understands the real reason why Woon's old friend uses her sword. He states that as long as her hatred is directed at the master, that feeling will never disappear. With that, he repeats his request and begs the instructor to crush the Mujang school in the tournament. The sect leader asks why he is going to such lengths for the girl, but says he cannot allow it. The young man reveals he already has a fiancée, and when Woon asks for the reason, he begins to explain. The scene shifts to the past, and we see little San calling him for training with great excitement. Back in the present, the young warrior reveals that the reason is because she was his first friend. He knows it's an impossible request, but asks him not to give up, and Woon says he doesn't need to ask. With a confident smile, the sect leader states that it's not necessary, because they are going to win anyway. The scene changes to a man at a market, and the vendor says the hair ornaments cost 7 jin. The monk disciple is shocked by the price, and seems not to have enough money to buy one. The vendor sends him away, but the young man gets annoyed and decides to buy one of the ornaments anyway. Walking down the crowded street, he thinks he should have arrived earlier, because there are no more rooms at the inn. He enters a restaurant and asks if there's a vacant spot for one person to eat alone. The waiter suggests sharing a table with someone, and the young man is a bit hesitant about the idea. At this, the waiter points to a man with an eye patch, and the monk thinks he seems quite talkative. Awkwardly, the monk disciple tries to leave, but the man with the eye patch invites him to sit. Seeing he has no choice, the young man sits at the table with the mysterious stranger. He then orders just one bowl of noodles, but the man suggests he eat more. The young man says he doesn't have much money, but the man insists on paying, saying it's fate. Next, the stranger asks for his name, and the monk introduces himself as Jang Bang. He then reveals that he has a disciple at the Murian school named Dan Ryan. Suddenly, the man tackles him and says he knows the girl, but then immediately denies everything with a smile. He says it was just a joke and tells him to sit down as the food has arrived. Eating his noodles, the monk comments that he heard the Murian school is the underdog of the tournament. The man with the eye patch then asks if he also thinks the school will lose the competition. To his surprise, the man says that of course Murian will win, and he is left confused. The monk tells him not to be nice, but the man replies that he doesn't have to, since he's paying. He then explains that in a group fight, coordination is more important than individual strength. With that, he reveals that Murian has a guy who never accepts a fight he can't win. The young man then asks for his new friend's name, and he jokes, introducing himself as the Master of Arts. Awkwardly, the man reveals his name is Soun, and the monk becomes even more confused. With a smile, he formally introduces himself as Baku Son, leaving the young man surprised. Far away, on a building's roof, the rival alliance leader sighs as the tournament is about to begin. One of his servants scolds him for his posture and asks him to maintain his dignity. The servant insists that small details like that can lead to big mistakes in the future. He then asks his master what he thinks of the boy who declared victory on the first day. The man explains that his disciple has far surpassed him in the talent for suppression and annihilation. With a serious look, he says that a child's game like this is not important. The servant questions if it wouldn't be a problem if Murian won this year's tournament. The leader states that the ceasefire will happen anyway, but he has other plans. He then stands up and says it's time to see what scheme that man has prepared. Back in the courtyard, Woon faces his disciples and asks if they are all ready to fight. The master says they have trained hard, and that losing in the past doesn't mean another defeat. With a confident smile, he states that even if you lose 99 times, the winner is the one who wins in the end. He then encourages them to go to the arena and prove their worth to everyone present. With the command, the arena opens for the start of the Grand Inter-School Tournament. The Murian school team enters the arena with leader Shan Wugang and 4 other disciples. Right after, the rival group from Mujiang arrives, led by Namgung Hyan with 15 other members. One of the elders begins the opening speech and explains the purpose of the tournament to the youths. He says the winners will gain confidence and the losers will have motivation for the future. With that, he raises several purple energy plaques and wishes everyone the best in the trial. A large purple energy emerges, and the elder announces the official start of the inter-school tournament. Watching from afar, one of the disciples asks what that is, and Woon explains it's an illusion talisman. The sect leader says the 2 schools will enter an enchanted area to be tested. At this, the illusion talismans begin to glow with a very intense purple energy. The energy then explodes in a flash of purple light, fully activating the enchantment. The first round begins, and the objective is to capture a secret manual from a swordsman's tome. To do this, they need to secure the manual before a rival faction gets it first. Already inside the illusion, the Mujiang leader notices the darkness and asks each group to count its members. All groups then confirm that they are present and that no members are missing. He then asks a girl named Tang Seal if she can dismantle the enchantment. With that, Group 2 will be responsible for disarming everything while the others watch the area. He thinks that Murian has fewer people, and they are weaker, so they can only use ambushes and traps. Therefore, they won't want a direct confrontation, and the best strategy is to use their numerical advantage. The leader then asks how they can pass through quickly, and the girl says she can disarm the smaller ones. But she warns that one of the pillars is different, and before she can finish her sentence, it crumbles down. A mysterious figure emerges from the dust, and the Mujiang leader asks who is there. It was San Wugang, who explains he got there by breaking all the traps along the way. Outside the arena, Woon explains that illusions like this require many resources, and the traps are simple. He then says that San Wugang, with his strong internal energy, would get through everything even if poisoned. The Mujang leader calls him crazy for forcing his way through like that. Despite this, he admits the young man's courage is admirable and prepares to capture him. The young warrior then makes a hand signal, preparing for the upcoming combat. With a confident posture, he faces his opponent, ready for the first fight of the tournament. But the young man smiles and says he doesn't think the plan to capture him will work at all. With a confident smile, the young warrior advances with his sword to attack. The Mujang leader accuses him of sacrificing himself and putting everyone in danger with his strategy. But the young man confirms this is part of the plan, and his rival screams his name in anger. With that, the rival team leader charges forward furiously, and the two begin an intense combat. The force of their blows is so great that debris flies to all sides of the arena. Smiling, the Morian warrior suggests a change of scenery, and the floor begins to collapse. The scene shifts to a flashback where Woon asks what it takes to win the tournament. One of the disciples answers that it takes strength, and the master agrees with his response. But he explains that strategy is the wisdom the weak use to defeat the strong. Woon then shows a huge pile of documents and tells them to memorize all of it. He reveals that the illusion terrains are based on real places and are all recorded. A student questions how they will memorize everything in 1 week, and the master uses a special item. A system window appears, showing that he used 20 essence waters to increase memory. He explains he got the item by stopping the demons, and a disciple asks if this is cheating. The master replies that what matters is the result, and compares the situation to studying for a test. With a smile, he says that those who know nothing end up suffering the consequences. Back in the present, the Mujang leader is startled by the collapsing floor and yells at his rival. He falls amidst the rebel and wonders what on earth is happening in that place. In desperation, the young warrior tries to hold on to something but fails to in time. With the impact of the fall, he lies on the ground, unable to get up for a moment. One of his colleagues finds him and calls him crazy, saying he's become even weirder. The young man notices there's no one else around and decides to move on to not waste time. He wonders if he should look for the manual alone or join the others, but is interrupted. Suddenly, a whip traps his legs, preventing him from advancing down the dark corridor. A girl appears and says that if he joins the others, he will mess up their plan. The young man recognizes her as Oh Ryon, and she confirms her identity with a confident smile. He says he won't go down easily, but she warns him that facing him alone would be too optimistic. At this, the young woman reveals she is not alone, and 2 more companions emerge to surround him. She says 3 against 1 is enough, and the young man realizes they have already defeated 1 member. One of the monk disciples steps forward and says that a true martial artist never gives up. With a nervous smile, the surrounded young man suggests they end the fight in a draw, but the girl yells at him to get out of there and attacks him with her whip without any mercy. Outside the illusion, one of the judges stands up furiously and says he cannot accept what happened. He states that this is a violation of the rules and praises the Mujang students for their good behavior. The judge then complains that Murian made the tome collapse and eliminated half of Mujang's students. Another counselor interrupts him and asks him to avoid biased actions and be neutral. He explains it was a coincidence and that Murian just took advantage of it to hunt the survivors. With that, the man asks if this can't be considered a strategic action by the team. The judge thinks he already suspected something, as he heard that Woon had switched places with the other instructor. He continues to think that there's no way the illusionists could have revealed the trial's terrain. Shocked, the man wonders if Woon made his students memorize hundreds of terrains in 1 week. He then stares at the sect leader and questions how far back Woon went to achieve victory. Back in the illusion, one of the disciples picks up a tag and says that's 6 people now. The girl comments that it was lucky they fell near a random teleportation enchantment. In a flashback, we see Woon instructing them to set a meeting point to hunt down the enemies. The students wonder if even this was part of the leader's calculations and proceed with the plan. One of them says that the bait Dan Ryan is late, and someone hidden overhears the conversation. It was the girl herself, who understands that the plan was to use someone fast to lure them one by one. Suddenly, she is startled to see the monk disciple right in front of her, and he is shocked. Meanwhile, the Mujang leader defends against a powerful attack with great difficulty. He remembers that a light appeared, and when he opened his eyes, he was completely alone. The young man decided to search for the manual alone, but was surprised by enemies waiting for him. With his sword, he defends against Simon Chick's attacks, and is surprised by his strength. He manages to defend against one blow, but is soon hit by another with no chance to react. Lying on the ground, the young man thinks the problem is that his rivals have become much stronger. The Murian disciples then remember that their master's promise of victory was not empty. The Mujang leader admits the strategy was brilliant, but that it won't work again. He tries to provoke them and questions if they have no pride for attacking as a group in the dark. One of the students says he is the last one left and that no one will come to help him there. With a smile, he says it's natural to leave the strongest for last, and the young man is shocked. He thinks he can't take everything literally, but knows that those two are the core of the team. With a blue aura, the young man launches a devastating attack toward his opponents. He shouts that he will take at least one of them down, even if it costs him his own life. But his attack is stopped by a barrier of white energy, and he realizes he is not alone. The young San appears and deflects the blow, saving her teammates' lives. With a serious look, she says the rival is late for the big battle. He is overjoyed and says that now they can finally fight on equal terms in the arena. Suddenly, the young man notices her injured arm, and the girl explains that it doesn't exist outside of here. He then asks if she can still fight, and the young woman confirms without a second's hesitation. At this, she remembers finding Oh Ryong hiding like a rat on the way. The girl then throws several identification tags on the ground. To everyone's surprise, she reveals that the young man was collecting the tags of his fallen comrades from the ground. The Mujang leader warns that the ground is weakened and that they don't have much time, but the girl says it won't take long for them to finish everything there. The scene shifts to a flashback, and we see a boy lying amidst several bodies. He coughs desperately and tries to get up with great difficulty after the battle. A figure approaches, and the boy begs for help, but the man just insults him. The young warrior calls him a wretch and is left on the ground among the other bodies. In his thoughts, he remembers that his childhood was always accompanied by the presence of demise. He couldn't show emotions, and to survive, he had to either beg or go to war. After surviving several battles, he knocked on a sect's door to have a more human life. It was the choice he had to make to stop being a beggar and become a martial artist. There, he met good companions and, for a while, managed to forget his past traumas. He remembers the feeling of being able to pass away at any moment, and how that terrified him. That fear he had suppressed so much exploded during the fight against the 100 demons. With his hand trembling, his thoughts stopped, and he realizes that this kind of fear is common. He then remembers Bakley San's attack and wonders why she isn't afraid of being defeated. The Alliance leaders watch the fight, and one of them comments that they are evenly matched. He is impressed how a difference of 16 to 5 turned into a 2-on-2 so quickly. With a cunning look, he says he almost wants to recruit whoever planned it all for his alliance. The rival leader says that at this rate, the Murian school will win and asks for the other's opinion. The man questions if he is trying to provoke him, because he doesn't believe Murian can win. He explains that even with a perfect plan, reality doesn't follow calculations, and there are always survivors. Therefore, he says that Murian cannot win, because only those willing to be defeated can stop someone like that. Back in the fight, the Mujang leader taunts his rival, asking where his confidence went. The scene shifts to a flashback, and Woon asks a young man to hide his sword skills as much as possible. The master explains that the rival alliance leader will come to the tournament and would surely recognize him. The young man says he has no more reason to stay in the Muram alliance or to return to his old sect. With a smile, Woon warns that if they notice his martial art, The other alliance might take him by force. At this, he asks the young man not to show his true strength, and the young man becomes very irritated. Back in the present, the warrior thinks his opponent is too strong and that he might lose the fight. But he remembers he needs to trust his friend and hold on until he defeats the girl. In his thoughts, the young man pleads for his companion to hurry up and end the fight quickly. Meanwhile, the other disciple thinks the advantage is theirs, but the problem is finding the secret manual. He then deduces that the manual must be nearby, and that the two in front of him are the last ones. The Muzhong leader warns his partner that the ground is unstable, and to control her strength. The girl ignores him and says they just need to finish the fight before everything collapses. The Murian disciple recognizes her as his master's student and says that doesn't matter now. With a furious look, the young man declares he will finish her and launches a powerful attack. His technique, called Celestial Flower Art, advances with a great energy toward the girl. The blow explodes with immense force, kicking up a large cloud of dust and debris. Seeing the attack, the Muzhong leader yells for the girl to stop, and the other warrior sees an opening. He charges to attack, but his rival stops him and asks if he wants to make the place collapse again. With his path blocked, the Murian warrior gets annoyed for having lost his chance. The young San ignores everything and tells her partner she is moving closer to help in the battle. With a determined look, she uses her secret technique of the white fire flower art. A huge dark energy takes the form of a beast and charges toward her opponent. Surprised by the technique's power, the young man prepares to defend against the blow with his weapon, but the attack's force is too great, and he is thrown far away, unable to defend himself. After using so much power, the girl is left panting and exhausted but remains standing in the arena. The young man is surprised that the girl still has so much strength left after the last attack. With the impact of the blow, a stone wall breaks and reveals a secret passage. Behind the wall, they find the secret manual, and the Muzhong leader shouts to grab it. But the young warrior seems to ignore the manual and decides to go after the enemies first. Even injured, she advances, and the leader realizes that the desire for revenge has driven her completely mad. The Murian warrior tries to stop her, saying she's not going anywhere with this madness. The Muzhong leader yells for him to get out of the way, and the Murian man says he's counting on his partner. Seeing the scene, Simon Chiuk asks why the girl is going so far, and if she's not afraid of defeat. With a determined look, she simply replies that she does all this because she needs to win at any cost. In her thoughts, she remembers that she looked for him for a long time, and that now he is right there. Outside the arena, Woon watches the fight with a worried expression and calls the young woman's name. The girl then unleashes a great purple energy and vows she will not let him get away again. With that, she launches a devastating attack toward her opponent, who is left with no reaction. The Murian warrior feels his end approaching and thinks he needs to dodge if he wants to live. At this, he wonders what his leader, or the Master of the Heavens, sect would do in that situation. Then he decides to counterattack and uses his own technique, the fierce white flower art. With a determined look, the young man tells himself that he needs to believe in his own power. He decides he will keep moving forward and uses his technique of the strike that resonates in the sky. The warrior then charges with all his might, and his attack clashes with the young warrior's. The force of the blow is so great that he can barely stay on his feet and grinds his teeth in pain. With a war cry, the young man uses his mountain, crushing blow to finish the combat. A woman says she's made up her mind and is going to take care of some loose ends before coming back. But a man warns her that she might not be able to return, and she asks if he will follow her. She smiles and says that would cause an even bigger problem, and that everything needs to end with her generation. He then reveals that San heard everything, but the woman says it's okay because she's just a child. With that, we see a little girl awake in her bed, listening to the entire adult conversation. Worried, the man thinks about the future of those children, especially young San's. Back in the present, the girl wakes up in bed and someone asks if she's feeling all right. A young man with a smile explains that she's in the infirmary, and the girl asks where she is. She tries to get up, but her friend stops her, telling her not to push herself too hard. He explains that besides using up a lot of energy, she passed out from the shock of her chest injury. At that moment, one of Murion's disciples screams in despair amidst the battle that took place earlier. Back in the infirmary, young San wonders with a hand on her chest if she ended up losing the fight. Angrily, she thinks that she shouldn't have given him any victory and that she ruined the whole plan. She laments that maybe then he would have acknowledged her and says her emotions ruined everything. Digging her nails into her hand, she thinks that she needed a perfect victory to be acknowledged. Suddenly, a voice reminds her that a swordsman's hands are their life and that she should take care of them. The young woman is surprised to see Baekli-woon in the room, while her friend tries to help her. With a smile, the master asks the young man to step out for a moment and tells the girl to rest. Alone in the room with his disciple, he wonders what on earth is going on with her. With a calm gaze, he watches the girl lying in bed, still recovering from the battle. Angrily, she glares at him and asks why he came there to see her like that. The scene changes to a man in the arena who introduces himself as Dan Ryan's master and is shocked. He looks at the result of the first match and is surprised to see that the Murian school won. Beside him, the eldest son of the Baekli clan says he's surprised for no reason and that he already expected it. The man explains that the first test was about strategy, which is why Murian was destined to win. He continues, saying this is because the rival school doesn't have anyone from the Jaegel clan as a strategist. Meanwhile, Murian has Woon, who is a genius at finding solutions and is obsessed with winning at any cost. Because of this, he warns that the next test will be even harder and tells the other to look around. The master then looks at the crowd and sees several leaders from other sects with furious expressions. The son of Baekli says they were expecting a challenge, but Woon's strategy was overwhelming. He concludes that the Mujang school's pride was wounded, and that this will bring trouble for everyone. The Murian school broke boundaries and became the hope for the underdogs, testing the Murim alliance. People always root for the underdog, and this is even stronger in the Orthodox faction. With a smirk, the man says that the next match will be even more fun to watch. Elsewhere, a leader complains that things are boring and drinks while asking about the results. Angrily, one of his men throws a bag on the table and bluntly replies that they lost. The leader scolds him for being so direct and says he already expected to lose the first match. Even so, he gets annoyed and complains about betting his life savings on that lost fight. A monk asks about the leader of the Righteous Heavens sect, and the man says he's a real pain in the neck. He recalls that this leader was always provoking the Mujang school and picking fights with everyone. He says the leader was very capable, which annoyed others, but no one truly disliked him. His real talent was reading people and bringing them together to draw out their potential. He remembers the leader's motto that martial arts should be fun. With a smile, the man confirms that was what he always told everyone. The monk then wonders why he was so cruel to his younger sister, Baekli-san. He says he heard the leader abandoned young San, but always bragged about his siblings. Back in the room, the instructor thinks that there was a reason he couldn't return. He lays her down on the bed and says he was worried she would become isolated from everyone. He covers her eyes and asks if he seems to have a hobby as low as that. He replies that his younger sister is hurt and that he doesn't need any other reason. She grabs him and yells that he didn't show up even once in 15 long years. Frustrated, the girl turns away and says he's using the same excuse again. In a flashback, he reveals that 15 years ago, he thoroughly investigated their mother's case. He discovered that the culprit was the leader of the Iron Blood sect, one of the 10 evils. But his father, the head of the Baekli clan, completely gave up on the revenge he wanted. The circumstances were too strange, so he left the clan to investigate. He only discovered the truth when he went where the clan's influence couldn't reach him. There, he learned the truth about his mother's departure and why his father didn't seek revenge. And because of that, he understood that he could never return to the clan for all eternity. He thinks that once you know certain things, there's no way to go back in time. But even so, he can't just stand by and watch his sister torment herself so much. He says that she isn't ready to know the reason he left the clan. The girl asks if he's serious, and he confirms that he will tell her everything he's hiding from her. With a smile, he reveals that he wants her to go with him to the Righteous Heavens sect. Celebrating happily, the girl takes a sip and immediately asks the waiter for another bottle. Soon after, the men talk about how the sect's leader told everyone to rest after the victory. Hugging her friend, the young woman says, "It's a shame the others aren't there to enjoy the party." Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, the lights illuminate the city's quiet night. Slapping the table, the young girl asks if they couldn't all just eat and drink together without any trouble. Suddenly, a shout echoes out, asking where the shadowless swordsman thinks he's going now. With a nervous smile, Master Jangbang politely greets the warrior Namgoom, but the captain responds very rudely, saying he doesn't want to see the face of anyone from that group. Looking at her with contempt, the man asks if that's the disciple who can't do anything without help from others. He then continues to belittle them both, saying that master and student are exactly alike, just like rats. At that moment, the young woman gets furious, but her mentor grabs her arm to prevent a scene. Trying to keep the peace, the two of them leave, while the man yells for them to get out of there quickly. Unexpectedly, a piece of meat flies through the air and hits the arrogant warrior square in the face. Completely shocked, the man holds the food as others watch the scene, not understanding a thing. Then, the girl pretends to be tipsy and says her hand flew on its own because of the drinks. We then see a flashback where the young woman is talking to the protagonist about her behavior. He explains that in sensitive times, she should avoid causing trouble and stay very quiet. But right after, the young man smiles and says that his plan is actually the opposite of that. This leaves the girl confused, and she asks what he means by such a strange suggestion. Back in the present, she confirms she's from the Marion school, and that she really did misjudge her hand's movement. Acting cute, the young lady wonders aloud how her toss managed to go so far to the other side. Furious, the captain demands that she kneel and apologize so he can let the insults slide. However, the girl stares the man down and demands that he apologize to her master first. Back in the flashback, the protagonist warns that they've become public enemies after their victory. He then gives her permission to strike directly if anyone comes looking for a fight with her companions. In the tavern, the mood grows tense as the man asks how a mere disciple dares to speak that way. Yelling angrily, the man calls the master a coward for having abandoned his allies 15 years ago. Hearing this, the people around them start to gossip about whether the swordsman's honor is real or not. The young woman then asks if he's talking about the incident where demons attacked the local villages. The warrior explains that the clan's plan was to advance in a straight line to reduce troop casualties, but the girl retorts that the small villages were left without protection and suffered terrible damage. Back then, Master Jangbang decided to act on his own to save the innocent people. In the middle of the chaos, he found a child crying while a demon was attacking the village. Revealing the past, the narrator tells us that the rescued child was his current disciple, Yaun. At that moment, the young lady states that to her friend, the master was a hero and demands an apology. With a look of disgust, the captain finds the whole situation absurd and completely meaningless to him. He points a finger and says that 10 martial artists were lost because the attack plan failed that day. The man yells that the mission should come before any personal conscience to save more people. Trembling with anger, the young woman questions if he really thinks it's right to ignore those right in front of him. Finally, the warrior smiles wickedly and asks if the value of a life is different to her. Smiling maliciously, the man says that untalented artists are worthless, and the young woman tells him to take it back. The captain then makes a threat, saying that to draw a sword is to declare war against his entire clan. Just then, the protagonist appears and places a hand on the aggressor's shoulder, asking if he's sure about that. At this, the warrior stumbles back and demands an immediate apology for the meat on his face. But the leader retorts that the man was rude first, and he questions if the master didn't make any mistakes. With that, the young man admits that abandoning the mission was a grave sin, startling everyone present. He continues, saying the price was already paid 15 years ago, and that he doesn't accept this idea of different lives. The villain then asks if every individual is worth the same, and the young man explains he won't debate personal values. But the captain gets furious and asks if the protagonist is underestimating the strength of his elite squad. Without hesitation, the hero states that the child saved in the past will protect many more people in the future. At this, the man scoffs at the girl for being unable to speak, and the young man proposes a bet to resolve the situation. He proposes that if the young woman does the work of 10 people in the second trial, the deal between them is settled. With a mocking smile, the man accepts but demands that the leader kneel if the girl fails the mission. But soon after, the warrior gets confused and wonders why he would have to apologize to the young man. With eyes glowing with anger, the hero says that the greatest crime is to insult his disciples right in front of him. The villain then flees in a hurry, while the master thanks the protagonist for defending the group's honor. But the young man asks him to maintain his composure in front of his student, as he admits he truly failed before. At this, the leader asks if the swordsman regrets the decision he made on that fateful day 15 years ago. Surprised by the question, the mentor hears the young man say he will show just how much that little girl has grown. He confidently states that he will prove her potential during the next tournament between the rival schools. With a gentle look, the hero places a hand on the young woman's shoulder and smiles, showing he has great faith in her. Later in the school dormitory, the moon shines in the sky as someone prepares to go out at that hour. One of the disciples says he's going to train, and his friend decides to join him. Even though he thinks she's still dizzy, the young man explains he hid earlier to not make things worse, but the girl questions if he did the right thing. She wonders if they did something wrong after seeing their master be belittled in such a cruel way. With that, the young woman says to focus only on winning the tournament and let the adults handle the rest later. She states that she wants to win for her friend's sake and decides it's better to go to sleep and get some rest. Then, the other companions show up excitedly and decide they will also dedicate themselves to intense training. Watching everything in silence, the young woman Yayon thinks that all her friends are too kind to her. She remembers the leader's words of confidence and wonders how he can be so sure of her success. At that moment, we see the young girl's hand firmly gripping an object as she reflects on the future. The master talks with his apprentice and admits to feeling a bit pathetic about everything that happened at the tavern. But the girl ties her hair up with determination, and besides, she can't just stand by and lose. The mentor then suggests that if things get difficult, she should ask for help from someone who can truly support her. With that, the young woman knocks on the protagonist's door, determined to ask for help to improve her skills. The leader tells her to come in and comments that, thankfully, the girl seems to have made a very important decision. He reveals he was already waiting for her, sitting at his desk with a look of someone who had planned everything. Meanwhile, a man with scars thinks about how the first game changed everyone's perception of the group. He proposes a new bet on the Moriayan school's victory and asks what the real objective of it would be. But he quickly explains that if they lose, the other will have to endure his lectures, as their level is still low. If the hero is as amazing as they think, he can help the group overcome all their current limits. Since the students lack real combat experience, the training needs to be much more intense now. At that moment, the leader senses a heavy presence nearby, but decides to ignore it to focus on the tournament. The advisor then reflects on what he gains from victory and knows that no one will be able to stop him in the end. With that, the grand event's second trial finally begins, and the challenge now is to capture the rival's flag. At this, the red flag waves high above as the teams prepare for the battle that is about to start. The plan is simple: just protect your own base and destroy the opponent's banner to win. One of the young men questions the team's division and suggests they should leave more people defending the base. But the strategist explains they need to be quick to locate their rivals before they get attacked. So the 4 strongest warriors advance, confident they can defeat anyone who appears. Watching from afar, the gentleman comments that the school is using a very standard and stable strategy. At this, the third advisor listens to the observations in silence as everyone watches the match. With that, the old man wonders what the other group will do, since they have fewer people to fight there. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he realizes something very strange is happening in the forest. The villain then lets out a sinister laugh as he observes the unfolding events of that moment. But everyone becomes confused when they notice the fighters have completely vanished from sight in the middle of the mountains. 4 hours later, the scouts are still searching but find no sign of any enemy nearby. At that instant, the young woman rests against a tree, calmly holding her weapon. She reflects on the leader's promise and wonders if she can really trust that clever man. Her companion shouts the young woman's name, irritated at being ignored, but she says she's taking care of her own things. At this, he warns that they've lost contact with the others and asks her to check the situation quickly. The young girl then accepts the request and receives orders to leave coded marks wherever she goes in the woods. With an agile leap, the girl starts to move while the young man warns her not to act alone if she sees danger. She is determined to win the tournament no matter what, to fulfill her main objective there now. Upon finding a tree with markings, she confirms that the search in one of the areas has already been completed by the group, but the young woman doubts they could have improved so much in just 2 months, even with good training. So, the young woman picks up her pace, heading northwest in the hope of finding the rest of the team soon. At this, she notices that the new markings indicate very rapid movement on the part of her allies. With that, another carved message reveals that the search in the western part has also been successfully completed. Unexpectedly, she realizes all areas have been checked and is surprised by such efficiency. But something seems wrong, as she still hasn't encountered anyone along the way, even with the searches concluded. Suddenly, the girl's expression changes completely as she senses someone approaching stealthily. In that moment, she reacts with a swift strike to defend herself from a surprise attack coming from the shadows. The swords clash with force, and the young girl wonders if this mysterious fighter is one of her rivals. Surprised, she recognizes her opponent and asks what he is doing out there alone in the middle of the woods. The young man explains he was sent to investigate the team's silence and mentions the completed search marks, but the girl states that they haven't even left that zone yet and is shocked by his revelation. Realizing the trap, she orders everyone to return to the main camp as quickly as possible. She then yells for them to warn the leader that their secret code has been discovered by their malicious opponents. With that, the young woman runs desperately through the green grass, trying to prevent the worst from happening to the group. As she runs across the field, the young disciple focuses on fulfilling her part of the mission, but the hero surprises everyone by saying he will leave the entire strategy for the round in the young girl's hands. At this, her friends are shocked, and the master asks if the girl can really do it. The protagonist then questions if they think they can't win without his constant help. He smiles, saying he has already explained everything important and that he trusts her potential. But he quickly warns them to stay calm and not ruin the plan by getting too excited. Placing a hand on her shoulder, the young man asks her to just remember last week's training. At that moment, the young woman feels her heart beat faster as she prepares for the great challenge. In that lesson, the leader asked what was essential to completely dominate a battlefield. She suggested brute force or a good strategist, but he said that still wasn't enough. Seeing that the girl looked sad, he asked if the question was too difficult for her. The hero then revealed that the secret to everything lies in information and how we handle it. He explained that the best strategy is to win without fighting, by knowing where the enemy is and where they are going. With that, it's possible to control the opponent's movements and even predict what will happen next. The young man asked again what she should do to ensure victory in the tournament. At this, the young girl showed her slate, asking if it was enough to get the data, but he said no again. He stated firmly that the secret is not just having the information, but controlling every detail of it. Showing the code books, he said they needed to figure out all of their rivals' rules. With only 1 week available, the young woman was daunted by the amount of material to study. The hero explained that using codes is vital for communicating with allies without revealing one's own position. He assured her that, if she could decipher the opponent's messages, she could dominate the entire tournament. At this, the leader praised her dedication and said that her observation skills are one of a kind. Using 20 essence waters, the system now enhances the disciples' inference abilities. With the new decoding technique manifested, she can finally see the hidden rules. At that moment, the young woman's eyes glow with a blue light as she analyzes everything around her. Back in the present, the enemy complains that the search ended too quickly and suspects something. He realizes too late that he has fallen into a trap and sees opponents emerging from between the trees. The scouts become desperate as they are surrounded by 4 people without seeing any flag, but their ally tells them not to worry as a huge impact kicks up dust in the area. With 6 opponents already defeated, the group celebrates the efficiency of the strategy their friend devised. They comment that if they relax, the young girl will suffer alone, and they wonder how she got so good. The young man realizes she had her own worries too, and decides they must fight even better. Then, the rival squad's leader appears confused, trying to understand what is happening there. Flying through the forest, the young woman remembers that controlling information means controlling the battlefield. Again, the system announces that her perception has increased, expanding the range of her search in the woods. She explains that she collected the disciples' codes and used the messages to lure each of them. The plan worked perfectly, and she sent the rivals straight into the hands of her classmates. Determined to find the enemy flag, the young woman stops, suddenly upon noticing a familiar presence. She spots the rival scout running and prepares for the next step of her brilliant strategy. The young woman realizes the other group has noticed something is wrong and that the young man is now coming toward her. He concludes that the enemy banner is at the end of that path, and he needs to warn the others now. Preparing behind a tree, the young woman decides she will delay the rival to complete the operation. The hero comments that the apprentice is trying very hard and that she still doesn't believe in herself. As the girl is weak in martial arts, she felt intimidated and decided to act alone in this round. In battles where information is crucial, mobility also becomes a great advantage. In one of the training sessions, she was the only one who managed to escape all the pursuers without being caught. That's why the leader decided to send the young girl out alone to awaken all of her hidden talent. The young woman's agility is the best skill she has in this situation of imminent danger. At that moment, one of the young men receives the coded message and celebrates that the flag has been found. With 8 disciples remaining, he realizes the enemy has taken the bait and is looking for the scout. The group then prepares to attack the opposing camp and grab the object to win. But the fighter running through the woods feels that something is wrong, as he hasn't met anyone on the way. He assumes that the allies who disappeared have all been taken down, and that he must keep moving forward. With no time to turn back, the young man decides to press on to an area he hasn't checked yet. Suddenly, a fast shadow attacks him by surprise with a precise strike coming from the middle of the trees. At this, he is shocked and wonders if the marks were left on purpose to lure him there. The young man then realizes that the real target was in the south and that he fell into a clever trap. He understands that 2 scouts were intentionally left alone to remove suspicion from that area. At this, He concludes that the location of the last person standing is the most suspicious of all options. Unexpectedly, the young man spots the young disciple standing on top of a cliff with something on her back. He is confused and wonders what that large object she is carrying now is. He then finally understands why he couldn't find the flag, as she has transformed into the item. With eyes red with fury, the young man threatens to destroy the banner if she doesn't stand still, but the girl just stares at him with a serious expression and holds her ground without showing any fear. Meanwhile, at the camp, the others wait anxiously for their teammates' return. The leader says she's late, and his partner questions if he's joking at a time like this. The strategist points out that it's strange for the rival scout to have gone out to check something alone. He realizes it's been half an hour since the young man disappeared, and supposes he's already on his way back with the team. The warrior then suggests reinforcing their position, but the other says that will attract more attention. But the leader states that they don't need to worry about being found by anyone right now. Suddenly, they are all surrounded by several fighters and are shocked by the surprise appearance. The strategist notices that the disciple isn't with the group and that they are underestimating the scouts. The ally then says the others might not even have time to worry about finding the flag. He delivers a powerful blow and asks if the search team was completely defeated by his friends. At this, the rival scoffs at his opponent for carrying a spear on his back and asks if it's the flag of victory. The young man is shocked to notice that the object carried by the fighter is indeed a banner. Furious, he yells, asking why the warrior is carrying the item instead of protecting it. But the young man is paralyzed with fear upon hearing they had no safe place to leave the flag. At this, the rival team's leader realizes that all 5 enemy warriors have a banner on their backs. Finally, the ally smiles and says they are planning to win this round with a very crazy plan. He yells for the team to aim for the opponent's baggage, as the real flag is with one of them. The ally then shouts for everyone to follow the drawn-up plan and maintain the agreed-upon attack formation. With a confident smile, the young girl leads the group to put the strategy into practice now. He yells that they absolutely cannot let the enemy get the object during the confusion. The rival team's leader gives the order to get all 5 of them and not let a single one escape. At this, he asks if his opponent is running from a direct fight, and the young man challenges him to a duel. With a mocking smile, the strategist comments on the adversary's confidence and accepts the challenge. But he sets a condition that the young man must defeat 2 of his best men first. The warrior gladly accepts and asks if the other is sure, since he could barely handle the first fight. With his sword in flames, the young man says that is in the past, and that he is much stronger now. The advisors are shocked to see the power unleashed by the young man at that unexpected moment. They realize the fighter had been hiding his true strength the entire time during the tournament. With a determined look, the young man states that all of this is for victory, and nothing else matters now. The rival leader's father is furious and wonders how this could be happening right in front of him. He complains that not only did they move the flag, but they also leaked the school's secret codes. Then one of the men tells the clan leader to be careful with his words in front of everyone there. He questions if the other really thinks the disciples managed to steal the information on their own. The advisor reminds him that he himself saw the group decode the ciphers and asks him to remain calm. With a satisfied smile, the hero hadn't expected them to learn how to decode the messages. The man then argues that there is no rule prohibiting the flag from being moved from its original place. With eyes glowing with anger, the rival advisor shouts the name of the sword of great disaster. The hero wonders if it's still too soon, as he knew the other would notice the truth quickly. In the battle, the young man blocks an attack from one of the enemies, while the others approach to fight. One of them yells that the young man's arrogance is endless and moves in to take him down with a precise blow. But the warrior dodges with ease, and the rival realizes he has become much stronger than before. The strategist notes that it's not just sword energy, and wonders how he has improved so much. The young man then shouts with conviction that victory will be theirs that day, and nothing can stop them. Watching the fight from a distance, the man comments that the warrior doesn't seem to be going back to the base. With a smile on his face, the master wonders if they are really winning this battle. He gets so happy that he hugs his friend tightly, and the young man asks him to calm down a bit. The master apologizes, embarrassed, and the hero reminds him that he had told him this from the very beginning. He explains that with good material and a skilled craftsman, the natural result is always victory. At this, the man with the fan says it's important to look at the situation more calmly to understand everything. The master gets nervous and wonders if the group's victory could lead to them being labeled as traitors. But the hero reassures him, saying the disciples are not idiots, and asks him to just watch. He points to the fight and tells his friend to see how his apprentice is now fighting with courage. Flying through the forest, the rival young woman is determined to capture the other, who flees with agility. She yells, asking how long the girl will keep running, as she knows she was waiting for her. But the girl just stares at her with a serious expression and keeps her escape plan in motion. The leader explains that the enemy has already spent a lot of energy searching and must be very impatient now. He explains that he left the plan in the disciples' hands, but believes she has the banner. As she flees, the young woman knows that the most important thing is not to capture the flag, but to not let it be captured. With that, the leader concludes that the young girl's plan worked by grabbing the attention of the other school's pillar. The enemy fighter yells and asks how long the girl thinks she can keep running from him. Suddenly, the young man spots ninjas emerging from the trees and prepares for their surprise attack. The school's leader grows worried about the direction the match is taking for his disciple. The master despairs and shouts his apprentice's name, while the other watches everything with a fan. On the cliff's edge, the rival asks if the young woman has finally decided to fight or if she's just out of breath. She knows that running won't bring victory and prepares for the combat that is about to begin. With a confident smile, the warrior says it was the right choice and promises to end things quickly. The disciple takes a deep breath and prepares to face her adversary head-on without any fear. At that instant, one of the allies throws a chain to trap the rival warrior pursuing him. With a serious look, the young man approaches to finish the attack against the enemy caught in the chain. He demands that the fighter hand over the flag, as he knows he can no longer resist the attack. But his ally appears in an instant and says she'll give him what he wants so badly right at that moment. With a victorious smile, the man thanks her and prepares to easily take the banner. The girl then mocks the enemy's foolishness and thanks him for falling into the trap so quickly. The warrior screams in pain as he is thrown far away, and the other companion charges forward with a spear. With a swift and precise blow, the ally takes down the second opponent, who was trying to help his fallen friend. The fighter strikes the enemy in the neck, leaving him unconscious on the ground before continuing the fight. He regrets losing all the fake flags, but is relieved to have finished everything safely. Out of breath, the young girl keeps running, trying her best to maintain distance from her pursuer. She acknowledges that her opponent is as strong as expected, but holds firm to continue with the plan. The rival appears from the shadows and asks if that's all the disciple can do in this duel. But the young woman knows that if she just keeps running, she'll never be able to forgive herself for giving up the fight. With a determined shout, she launches a powerful attack to push her adversary back. She needs to keep moving forward, not just for her master, but also for herself at that moment. The warrior praises the apprentice's good form and says she will face her with all her seriousness. At that instant, the rival strategist wonders if the opponent defeated both of them alone in the fight. He doubts the flag is real and remembers that the young man from the first round was very laid back. But he also knows the warrior is crazier than he thought and is unsure of what to do. Suddenly, the ally shouts his companion's name, and the strategist is shocked by the scene he sees. The defeated young man asks if the other took care of everyone, but he admits to having lost all the flags. The enemy leader can't believe they were all defeated and wonders where his best fighter is. He questions if he sent the search party out for nothing and wishes the warrior were there to help. At this, the other two allies appear running, and the strategist is happy to see they are alive. They explain that their colleagues sent them back because their secret code had been leaked to the rivals. The leader understands the reason for the silence and asks about the whereabouts of the warrior who went out searching. They report that she seemed certain of where the target was and went after it to check for herself. The strategist then orders the team to focus on capturing the young man's flag and leave the other one to their colleague. With a flare, he hopes his allies will see the light and be able to return to the base safely. At this, a trail of fire rises into the sky, illuminating the battlefield to draw everyone's attention. He realizes that time is against them, and they need to act fast to avoid being at a disadvantage. The young strategist knows he doesn't need to worry about anything other than his main target now. With an intense blue glow, he focuses on capturing the rival young man's flag to secure the victory. The enemy warrior charges forward, his sword emanating a powerful blue aura, to attack without hesitation. He then comments that his adversary is overflowing with power and energy at that moment in the fight. The young man shouts that running is useless and prepares for a direct and decisive confrontation with his opponent. With a swift move, the fighter lunges forward to try and hit his rival with a finishing blow from behind, but the enemy strikes him with incredible force, leaving him severely wounded before he can attack. With a victorious smile, the warrior says he finally managed to catch his target in the trap. At that moment, the other young man attacks from behind and manages to hit the rival with a precise sword strike. Before falling in defeat, the warrior shouts out to his colleague, saying he's counting on her to win. The young fighter stares at her adversary with a serious look and prepares for her next move. With an agile leap, the warrior moves away and creates a smokescreen to confuse her opponent. She admits the other is fast, but knows that won't be enough to beat her in battle. The young girl wonders how her rival managed to get behind her so quickly and is surprised by her agility. With a sword movement, the disciple manages to hit her adversary, wounding her in the arm. The warrior cries out in pain, but stays on her feet to keep fighting until the end of the match. The two stare at each other from a distance, and the young girl celebrates that her attack finally worked against the enemy. With a confident smile, the young woman prepares to finish the fight and secure the victory for her team. The rival fighter is surprised by the apprentice's skill and wonders what happened to her. She sees the return signal and questions if the main unit is under attack at the camp. The young woman is startled by a strange sound and becomes alert to any suspicious movement around her. With a swift blow, the young girl lunges forward and threatens to cut down her adversary along with her flag. The disciple maintains a firm gaze and prepares to defend against the attack with all her courage. The rival advisor says it looks like the Murian school has won, and the other asks if he won. He laments that the bet was to secure a ceasefire, but that he can't do anything more now. With an ironic smile, the young man comments that it was a very disappointing end to the match. At that instant, the young woman grips the flagpole tightly and prepares for her final act. With a quick movement, she breaks the banner in half, shocking everyone watching the scene. With a cold look, the girl watches the pieces of her own flag fall to the ground without emotion. The advisor yawns with boredom, and his friend asks him to maintain his dignity while watching the match. The disciple raises the broken flag, and everyone is confused by her unexpected action. The leader and the young girl beside him wonder what is happening and why she did that. With a wicked smile, the man lets out a sinister laugh as he watches the events unfold. He laughs out loud and says the rival warrior amuses him greatly with her unpredictable actions. The hero just watches the scene with a subtle smile, seeming to understand what is happening there. He laughs and comments that this is all very entertaining and that the match is getting quite interesting. Finally, the two fighters face each other on the battlefield and prepare for the final confrontation. She asks if anyone knows who has the real flag, and the leader confirms he left everything with the apprentice. The young warrior understands that they planned this from the beginning to confuse her in combat. The crowd is shocked to see that the school broke its own flag, and they don't understand what's happening. The man standing up prepares to announce his school's victory, even if he has to be the villain. But before he can speak, the rival leader interrupts him, making him feel a crushing pressure. With a confident smile, the bearded man says that the declaration of victory will have to be postponed. He shoves the judge aside and asks if that is strength and if he really wants to impose the result. The leader questions if that is the spirit of the faction and criticizes the way they force a defeat. He asks why everyone is silent and tells them not to act so arrogantly. The other leader questions what the hero just said and prepares for the confrontation between them. With a serious look, the young man tells his rival to stop this ridiculous charade and accept the truth. The man asks for the young man's name, and he responds confidently that his name is Bakley Woon. With a smile, he praises the hero's strategies and says he almost wants to learn to teach like him. The young man thanks him, saying it was all thanks to the students, but that his strategy was perfect. He asks if this situation wasn't what the leader wanted from the beginning, and the other questions why. The hero reveals that the plan is to prepare for the next 10 years and shake the alliance from within. He asks if the rival can't do that, and the hero warns that he will end up in serious trouble. With a determined look, the young man states that he never forgives those who dare to touch his disciples. The leader questions if he should abandon his intentions, just because the other won't forgive him. He then lets out a laugh and says the young man is truly amusing and is driving him crazy. With a glint in his eyes, he invites the hero to join the alliance and offers him a commander position. He repeats the invitation and calls the young man by name so that everyone in the arena can hear the proposal. But the young man refuses with a smile and says he will only consider it if the other joins the Murim alliance. Before anything else, he offers a proposal for the leader to maintain his dignity, and the other listens. He suggests that since the outcome is obvious, they should agree to a ceasefire to avoid losses. If the Murian school wins the tournament, they will be entitled to a small request as part of the deal. The man comments that it's a shame, as they were going to ask for a ceasefire anyway. He asks the other leader to decide, as he is the one in charge of the alliance, and the man in iron observes. With a smile, the rival asks where the sword of great disaster is, and that it was about time he got a lecture. The other tells him that he went out alone, without his assistance, and no one knows where he went. He comments that it's understandable after his disciple ended up like that, and laments the useful talent. The rival says that what doesn't undo you makes you stronger, and walks away with a plan in mind. He laughs loudly and says he is looking forward to seeing what will happen next in this situation. The young warrior wonders why the two are acting that way, but is happy with the plan. One of the allies asks for the other's opinion, and his colleague says he has no idea what he's talking about. At this, the fans shout the names of their favorite fighters and celebrate their presence in the arena. The hero asks if they have anything to say, and one of them apologizes, embarrassed by their behavior. The disciple recognizes the nickname, Shadowless Dagger, and says the second match was a solo victory, but she gets jealous and wonders why the bald monk got a nickname and she didn't. The other young man tells her to be quiet, and that what's important is the third trial, which will be the decisive one. Shouting orders, the young disciple hands out missions to her companions so they can prepare well. But the young girl complains about the silly nicknames and asks everyone to take the situation seriously this time. Suddenly, the young man receives a dark message, scheduling a meeting at the temple during the night. At this, he becomes completely paralyzed, and his face shows a deep fear of what is to come. In the middle of the darkness, the imposing temple emerges, surrounded by the eerie silence of the mountains. At that moment, a very tall man with a cold gaze waits patiently in the flower garden. Observing the landscape, the man comments on the harmony required for a place to be truly beautiful. With a rough movement, he pulls out a weed and states that disorder must be eliminated. He then uses a metaphor about a hunting dog that becomes tame and asks, "What should be done?" Unexpectedly, the little boy appears and says the gentleman shouldn't be breaking the flowers like that. Pointing his finger, the little one warns his friend that the old man is very strange and is ruining everything. Laughing awkwardly, the hero carries the boy away and says he's just a very peculiar old man. Alone with the villain, the young man bows and greets his former master after so much time away. The mentor is annoyed by the earlier comment, but quickly tells his pupil to forget about it. Kneeling, the young man swears not to use the evil sex techniques, but begs for a little time. With his eyes glowing red, the master states that he hasn't changed at all and orders his return. He says the young man must come back, even if he's rotten, and demands that he give up the tournament at once. But the warrior replies that he cannot go back, and this enrages the sect leader with his audacity. In a flashback, the young man recalls that he joined the Blood Swords group only to get revenge. He trained alone in the shadows and took down many opponents without ever being recognized by anyone. However, with each strike, he felt that the cruel technique was not his father's honorable fighting style. Shouting with all his might, he affirms that he only wishes to follow his family's martial path. The young man then begs to be set free, while the villain prepares to attack him with his weapon. With a murderous look, the master decrees the traitor's end and launches a final blow at the young man. A thunderous impact occurs, raising a huge cloud of dust throughout the temple courtyard. Unexpectedly, the leader of the heavenly sect appears and blocks the deadly attack with his own blade. The two forces clash intensely, generating sparks as the powerful fighters stare each other down. With a defiant smile, the new protector shows that he will not let the young man be harmed there. The collision of energies creates a crushing pressure that shakes the entire garden during the confrontation. Calling the hero a rat, the villain asks if he was the one who changed his best disciple's mind. Calmly, the young man admits that he only gave a little push for the young man to see the truth. He suggests that the man stop this unnecessary show so as not to attract anyone's attention. Furious, the master yells that traitors must be dealt with, as the boy is the successor of his clan. But the protagonist finds it strange that someone so important was sent as a mere spy. He remembers that the sect already has another young mistress known to all as the Blood Butterfly. The hero deduces that the real plan was to make the young man take down his own colleague to take the position. With that, the master confirms he sent his pupil to the enemy only to force this cruel awakening. He admits that the young man's personality was too weak and that he needed an environment of pural. Upon hearing the terrible truth, the young man collapses to the ground, unable to believe he was used in such a way. Finally, the villain states that his conscience is just an excuse and that no traitor will be spared. Observing the villain, the young man states that his words don't match his true actions. With a smile, he tells the great envoy that there's no advantage in taking the young man down now. The hero explains that insisting on it just seems like a tantrum to bring the student back. Picking a flower, the protagonist suggests that the master should leave the boy in his debt. He describes the disciple as someone foolishly honest who would certainly repay the favor later. At this, the young man presents two options, like taking the young man's life for just a passing pleasure, or trying to take the hero's life and ending up losing an arm in the middle of all the trouble. With a serious look, he makes it clear that he won't stand by and watch the mentor attack his subordinate. Smiling, the sect leader admits that his opponent is a madman and acknowledges his rival's good eye. He accepts the proposed deal but warns that the young man still needs to prove his real worth. The master then orders the student to show what he's capable of during the third match of the tournament. With that, the mentor warns that only after the fight will he give his final verdict on his fate. Slowly, the young man walks across the courtyard toward the exit, reflecting on his future. The hero notices the villain's strange expression and realizes the conditions were not meant for him. Later, the young man sees his companion training on the roof, under the moonlight on that calm night. The fighter vents that he feels like a dead weight to the leader and that he needs to defeat his rival. He is shocked to discover that the young woman has given up eating and drinking due to her sadness. At the room's door, the guard in black blocks the entrance and tells the hero to leave at once. The young girl states that she doesn't want to see anyone, and the young man hears that he's the last person she wants to see. At this, the protagonist asks them to tell her that the promise still stands and that they must crush the hall, but he smiles, affirming that the original plan was always to win, regardless of any request. In the room, the white-haired man asks if the young woman really doesn't want to talk to her friend. Trembling with anger, she complains that she couldn't win even after giving her all in that arena. Clenching the sheets, the young woman says that this forced victory no longer has any meaning for her. Pulling out a dagger, she asks if the young man was just playing around and mocking her effort. Suddenly, a firm hand grabs the young girl's wrist, stopping her from doing something reckless. The mentor asks if she doesn't want to get back at the hero, leaving her confused by the suggestion. He states that if she has the courage to risk everything she has experienced so far, she can succeed. With an intense gaze, the man promises that he will help the young woman overcome her current limits. The day of the third match finally arrives, and people are commenting on how extraordinary the hero is. The veteran compares the young man's talent to that of the former Alliance leader from 20 years ago. With a smile, the hero observes the crowd, and everyone knows he doesn't intend to let victory slip away. Even while making powerful enemies, he seems to enjoy this kind of danger and constant recklessness. The man explains that the consecutive wins format requires the victor to fight until they collapse from exhaustion. Preparing her whip, the disciple offers to go first and take down an opponent right away. But the leader ignores the suggestion and asks the young woman in blue who would be the best initial choice. Thoughtfully, she puts a finger to her lip and suggests the name of Brother Seo Mun-cheek to open the fight. The hero then accepts the recommendation and orders the spearman to advance to the battlefield now. The warrior looks back, confused upon hearing the master mention a time of only 3 seconds. Smiling with 2 fingers up, the young man orders him to finish it all and be back in 3 seconds. At that moment, the mood becomes heavy, as the third match is not an illusion, and the risk of ruin is very real. At this, the young man realizes that only his friend would have the courage to fight without hesitation in this scenario. The rivals are then surprised to notice that the spearman was chosen as the first to compete. As soon as the signal sounds, the duel begins with swift movements, and the clash of weapons echoes through the arena. At this, the warrior attacks with everything, using his long spear to try to take down his opponent quickly. With a direct hit, he wins the first exchange, leaving his adversary down on the ground with no reaction. But the rival fighter gets furious and asks if the winner has gone mad, risking his life like that. He warns that if the move had gone wrong, the young man's arm would have flown off from the impact. The hero then states that there are still 15 opponents left and tells the next one to get ready for a fight. With a determined look, the young man vows to defeat everyone before his colleague has to step in. At that instant, the next opponent prepares for combat, while the spearman takes a deep breath. At this, the battle resumes with great intensity, and the two trade powerful blows in the middle of the courtyard. He moves with agility to dodge the finishing attacks and tries to find a breach in the defense. With great force, the warrior lands another crushing blow that kicks up a large cloud of dust. Panting, the young man says it's not over yet and continues to fight, even though he is very tired now. The crowd then goes wild, seeing the 10th opponent defeated in an impressive fashion, but the fighter is exhausted and says he will continue in order to reduce the number of enemies for the group. At that moment, the young master grows concerned, as he wishes to show his real worth to his mentor. The rival leaders then discuss who will be the next to enter the arena to stop the advance. With that, the arrogant swordsman volunteers to put an end to his opponent's winning streak. But the white-haired man agrees with the choice and orders the young man to advance for the duel. At this, we see that the young woman is very mentally shaken after the secret training she underwent. The warrior then decides he will end the match by himself to protect his friend from this danger. With an agile leap, the fighter enters the arena, and everyone is surprised by his early entry. As soon as the fight begins, the enemy says he won't give the young man time to catch his breath there. He knows he needs to finish things quickly before his adversary can gather his internal energy. At that instant, the spearman uses his secret technique of 15 demonic spears to try to win, but his opponent remains calm and prepares a deadly counterattack with his shining sword. He then unleashes the 8th style of the celestial art, and an intense blue aura envelopes the entire area. With glowing eyes, the swordsman uses a formidable technique that cuts through the very air of the arena. At this, a trail of blue energy hits the warrior with a devastating and unstoppable force. Completely shocked, the young man realizes he will not be able to dodge that powerful attack from his rival. With a giant crash, the impact smashes the ground, leaving the spearman in a very critical situation. At that moment, everyone in the audience falls silent as they see the hero defeated in a single blow. The victor just comments coldly that he was in a hurry and couldn't control his power. But the protagonist is furious and realizes his friend only survived because he used the spear as a shield. The disciple with the whip then prepares to enter and vows revenge for what happened to her colleague. At this, the hero asks the young woman in blue who should be next to face this monster there. Surprised, she points to the young master, and the young man can't believe he was chosen for the combat. Finally, the villain smiles and wonders what the leader of the heavenly sect is planning with this decision. At that moment, the young man realizes the biggest obstacle is his opponent, but he can defeat the others later. The leader then explains that the rival clan's technique projects infinite energy with great arrogance there. With that, the young man wonders how he could possibly hit someone with such overwhelming and difficult power. But the protagonist tells him to figure it out on his own and reminds him of the effort made by his spearman companion. At this, the enemy asks if they have finished conspiring and prepares for the final duel in that location. Drawing his blade, the man states that if he defeats the young master, the tournament will be practically won. Even so, the boy knows he cannot back down now and needs to prove his worth to his mentor. Meanwhile, the Grandmasters watch the courtyard in absolute silence, awaiting the start of the combat. Suddenly, the signal sounds and the two advance, trading swift blows as sparks fly high. Leaping through the air, the warrior attacks with fury, but his opponent dodges, displaying a frightening calm. The young man then notices that even with energy to spare, his rival still needs time to concentrate it. Determined, he presses forward without letting up and questions if the enemy truly relies only on his own power. At that instant, the swordsman scoffs at his audacity and lands a counter blow that sends the young man reeling back badly. Shouting in anger, the fighter charges again with his sword, trying to break through the impenetrable defense. At this, a blue aura explodes across the arena, and the shock waves push everything around with great force. The leader comments that the initiative has been lost, asks the young woman what his friend should do now. With great attention, she listens to the master's explanations about the secrets of the rival celestial technique. The young girl understands that arrogant attacks lose their precision when used repetitively and slowly. The young man then smiles and asks how to create an opening in the middle of such a heavy assault. But in a cute way, she says she doesn't know the answer yet and winks at the hero with great excitement. Unexpectedly, a loud crash occurs on the battlefield, kicking up very thick dust. Running across the courtyard, the young master tries to regain his rhythm, but the rival's pressure is constant. In a flashback, his former mentor teaches that the best moment to attack is when the other displays their power. He vows not to forget the teachings and decides to hide his presence amidst those clumsy blows. Covered by the smoke, the villain realizes he might have overdone it with the force, as the visibility is terrible. With a trembling hand, the swordsman feels the fatigue of using supreme arts and notices his arm feels heavy. Seizing the opening, the hero emerges from the shadows and launches a precise attack against his adversary. Utterly in shock, the enemy yells, asking since when the young man had been hiding in that spot. The fight becomes very close, and the two glare at each other with hatred as they try to decide who is stronger. With a swift move, the young master holds his opponent, showing that the battle has ended right there. At this, he applies an unbalancing move, leaving his rival vulnerable in front of the entire crowd. The tip of the blade touches the adversary's chest, and silence takes over the entire grand courtyard today. Panting, the young man orders the other to give up the fight to avoid a worse tragedy at that moment. He explains that the enemy's body is at its limit, and that one wrong move would send his arm flying. Even with the threats, the hero states that the rival has a bright future and shouldn't fall there now. The young man says this is his last tournament and asks what the clan's successor plans to do next. He then suggests that the swordsman place his trust in the young woman, who is sitting and watching everything. Finally, the villain surrenders and decides to leave the fate of his honor in the hands of his young friend. The judge announces San Wugang's victory, and the audience cannot believe the outcome of the fight. With a serious look, the winner calls out to his colleague and challenges her to the final combat of that round. But the girl just complains about the excessive noise and seems not at all excited to enter the arena.